Previously on the Lorekeepers.
Ulthias, thou art justice. Athos, thou art death. Old gods, forgotten gods, I call to you now in this dark hour to give me strength. I've not prayed to you in a long time. Ever have I called out for power, and ever has the God King provided it. With his gifts I smote his enemies to ruin, and I carved his adversaries apart. When I stood at the door of death, he provided me with sustenance, and when I couldn't bring my hammer down on the witch, he strengthened my arm. No more. I've not prayed to you in a long time, old gods, forgotten ones. I remember your names, even if others do not. Hear then my confession. I came to Farwyde to find peace, to escape, but that was not to be. This old man, Staflin, entrusted us with a book, and since that day I have not had one moment of peace. I've made some, I suppose you would call them friends along the way. William, Belshazzar, Azarax, who knows what his name really is. This blind drow represents everything that I once hunted, everything that I once hated. And yet he has proved himself to be a loyal and true companion. Taxes, a freakish, pitiable creature, neither man nor dragon, some mutant hybrid of the two. His gruff exterior once gave me pause, but I see now that there's a kind-hearted and open soul in there. It's made hard by a lifetime of mistreatment. And Raylan was the most skilled man with a sword I'd ever seen, and by your ancient names, forgotten ones, he had the loudest mouth with which to tell you about it. We took the book from Staflin, and we faced a terrifying enemy on the Cloud March, Equinox, the Lord of Advent. He is a storybook villain made manifest. He is all that is wicked and cruel, all of the nightmares that people think up combined and made real. He killed many, and to my great shame, we fled that day with the book. This book, it records our ordeals. It embellishes and beautifies these tales of blood and sweat and agony. Our journey's been long, and in Freedom Salvation, we witnessed the assassination of Prince Artun, and in the ensuing chase, we lost Raylan. Guard his soul as he crosses the river, Athos. Finally, we came to meet Weaver, the last Lorekeeper of the Old Order. He told us of the Lorekeepers and that we now bear that torch. Oh yes, and we met Card, a strange man. There's something inside of him that's broken, I think, but I sense that he's a kindred spirit. He's made me laugh more than the rest of them, so that's something. Weaver told us of the Mythaenium, this ancient and lost stronghold of the Lorekeepers. There we encountered Muse, a part of the telling that had become lodged in our world. It had gone mad, abandoned and betrayed, and formed into a great hydra of black ink. We battled it there, and though I have seen more battles than most, I have never seen such heroism before. Truly, Azarax is the mightiest witch, spellcaster, that I have ever seen. And taxes, he strikes with the fury akin to your own, Ulthias. Card proved himself to me there, battling through fire and death to defeat our enemy. He has courage beyond his own understanding, I think. Though it nearly killed us, we defeated the beast. And then the sky fell. The Mythaenium reappeared in our world, and we stumbled from the wreckage, bleeding, coughing, dying. And then we saw a sight that froze my blood. Equinox. I have not prayed to you in a long time, forgotten ones. Know that you are not forgotten by all. Know that I still worship you in my heart, and I ask, I plead, I demand that you help me, for I'm not ready to die yet. Let me send more dark souls to cross the river to you, Athos, Lady of Death. Let me avenge those who have died to this fiend, Ulthias, Lord of Justice. To make it so, I offer you my heart, my bones, my liver, my tongue, my eyes, my breath, and my whole life. Take my sacrifice, but grant me the strength to defeat this evil.
Lloyd, kindly take a point of inspiration. A voice echoes through this world and the telling. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Responds, you do what everybody else does. Run. Equinox, stepping out of a shimmering yellow portal, now stands before you all. He scans you, his eye glowing brighter and brighter and brighter, and then it stops. His gaze on you, but upon a Lorekeeper he has not seen for a very long time. Weaver returns that gaze for a second as there is a blast of yellow energy that erupts from Equinox's mask. It sears towards all of you. And I'm going to now see if Weaver, the last Lorekeeper, is able to defend himself against this pure, disintegrating energy. There is a blast of rock and dust that is flung high into the air, and Weaver vanishes, gone. The dust clears, a crater before all of you. And now Equinox moves to take his turn. Initiative has already been rolled, and I would ask all of you to make a dexterity saving throw. Okay. Equinox still striding towards all of you. Every step filled with malice, with purpose. There is another blast from his mask. However, this time, something entirely different, something you have not seen before. This time, a sheet of yellow energy explodes outward in an arc at all of you. Those of you who rolled beneath a 15, which is everyone, it seems, bar Azarax, takes 18 points of force damage. And I'm going to begin with Card. What is it like when this yellow energy smashes you in the chest?
Card doesn't feel it. His chest is too numb. Numb from the way his heart fell into his lungs when he saw Equinox again for the first time in what might be 40 years. I mean, he's lost track of time at this point. The last time he saw Equinox was the last great event of his life. One that, because of decades past, he even sometimes found himself thinking that maybe he imagined all of it in the daydreams of a child. He doesn't feel the blast. He feels the wind around him as he's thrust backwards into whatever, God knows what he's going to hit. But the last thing he feels, I think, is that, again, that plunge of the heart into the gut as he realizes, like father, like son.
And our vision moves to taxes. What is it like when this overwhelming power strikes you?
I imagine that Taxes is taken aback for a moment. He's so startled because he just watched Weaver get, in his eyes, obliterated into a crater and off the map of Farwyde. And that takes his eyes off of Equinox's movements. Usually he's tactical and usually he can process everything. But in this moment, he's so hurt. And he just watched this man who tried to do everything to save them pretty much vanish. And as he turns his head to look in Equinox's direction, snarling, "You son of a..." I imagine that energy wafts over his face and just sort of almost like a neck snap, it just spins him sideways across this hill or across this mound as he is now just pushed backwards in a tumbling heap of radiant energy.
And are you down, Chad? Just so I know.
Yeah, I don't have it written down, but I'm pretty sure I was like in the below double digits before we finished our last session. So.
And finally, I need to ask, Marius, what is it like when this thing strikes you as you are still laying on the ground?
I think Marius is like breathing heavily anyway. He's exhausted and he's knackered. And he's like scrunching his eyes closed, like praying so actively in this like beat before he realized what's about to happen. He's praying to these old gods and he realizes that they've been gone for too long. There's no power there maybe, and they're not helping him. And then there's a and he goes down.
And as Equinox looks down upon all of you, his first assault overwhelming you all, you hear a cold voice from beneath the mask. It would be too easy to disintegrate you where you stand. Long have I hunted you, and I wish to savor your destruction. Azarax, you evaded the blasts of Equinox's power. It is your turn.
I imagine as this sheet of radiant energy emanated from the evil eye of our adversary, there's a glimmer in the visor of Veritor, in Azarax's eyepiece that has come from the Underdark. And for a brief moment, he sees a flash of magical energy begin its assault before it leaves. And in a flash, he drops to the ground, splashes down in a puddle as the radiant energy shoots above him. He looks over as two of his companions, almost in slow motion, fall to the ground beside him. And he reaches up a hand towards his adversary, but not the hand, not his right hand that holds his magic wand. Black spindly fingers shoot out as he whispers a curse, an ancient curse of his people, Rambo Ras Nahor. And we see these smoky tendrils of dark energy shoot forward in a great ball that envelops our foe as I use my racial ability to cast darkness. In an instant, he jumps to his feet. Equinox is now in this benighted sphere in front of us. He reaches down to Taxes beside him. He's not strong enough to lift him up. He turns to Card and says, "Pick them up. We must go. Run." And that'll end my turn.
Amazing. This shadow falls across your foe. And as it does, he is completely encased in darkness. You see one thing, however. That yellow glowing eye beaming through the darkness. Card, it is your turn.
Azrax's words sound like they've been run through a capped off low pass filter, through a droning underwater flood of hysteria that's happening around Card. And he looks to Azrax again, who's screaming these words at his face, and I just can't quite make it, and I can't quite know what I'm seeing. Card sees this sphere expanded outwards, and then it comes clear. He emerges back into the present and looks back to Azrax and says, "Get what?" Except he doesn't sound like my character from yesterday's game. He sounds like my character Card from the Lorekeepers. So he mutters almost incoherently, but he looks at you very confused there, Azrax.
And I would imagine, even though I'm sure the combat initiative continues, I would imagine you would see Azrax sort of with both arms underneath Tax's armpits, just trying to lift them up. Says, "I don't have the strength. We need to run."
We need to run. These words ring in Card's ears. That's exactly what Equinox said that we were going to do, just like everybody else. And Card will crawl over to his weapon. He grabs his massive greatsword, and he's gonna stand up, and I want him to do something brave and stupid and just get wrecked for it, Rob. I mean, I don't even want to roll dice. I just want to get smacked in the face by this guy. And so I imagine he's going to do that thing where he picks up his sword, stands up, looks at Equinox, and does that kind of, and then whatever you decide.
Are you sure you don't want to roll dice?
I'm very, very sure that's what I want to happen. If that's not too weird, I think that's...
No, it's not weird at all. Sure. So Card, screaming with all of his might, all of his courage, just as his father charged that fateful night, raising the same great sword as you close the difference on this darkness that is now surrounding the man who murdered your father, the being that murdered your father. And as you are bringing your great sword sailing through the air, in a flash, a gleaming yellow blade swipes through the darkness, and it turns your great sword aside, driving it into the ground. You are forced to a knee, and you look up. You look into that dread face, that black and white face, that glowing eye, seeing into the core of your very being. And it is then that you hear a voice. It is not a voice from your companions. It is not a voice from Equinox. A familiar rasping voice of Weaver. And he says, "Your power may be insurmountable, Equinox, but you forgot one thing." Card, you're able to glance over for a second, just a second, and you see Weaver his robe singed and ragged. But in his scaled hand, he is holding Grim, and he says, "You forgot one thing, Equinox. You left the door open." Equinox freezes for a second and looks at him quizzically. There is an explosion of energy that erupts from Grim. It hits Equinox in the chest, and the energy portal from the telling that Equinox had stepped through latches onto him. Equinox turns and then looks back, almost in disbelief, as the power of the telling is wrenching him back through the entrance from whence he came. He is holding himself there. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As you're looking at him, you're seeing this yellow energy that makes up this individual, it might seem. This power from his beaming yellow eye explodes forth at Weaver. But it's almost like it's being pulled back as he does it. And he's like, "Argh!" And he looks at the old Lorekeeper. And he snarls. "You will fear the tide of change that Advent brings. Old reptile, you will fear the darkness rising beneath you, and you, Weaver, will fear me. The next time we meet, old man, your story," and he's getting pulled back further and further and further, "your story will end." And he is wrenched back into the telling. There is a ripple, one final burst of energy, and the portal closes, and Equinox has gone. Dust, debris lifted from the sheer power of this individual, and this portal clatters to the ground. Card, you sink forward. That weight holding your blade back is now completely gone. Everything is quiet. And you're alive. Azrax. The darkness that had barely wreathed your foe now hangs there, empty. The Mythaenium before you is now silent, but it is now safe. The tear in the telling is gone, as has Equinox. What do you do?
And I imagine sort of like a black hole, the roiling black energy of darkness implodes on itself and in an instant is gone. And there's silence, except for the panting coming from a drow wearing a badass visor, holding his wand at the now non-existent portal. I imagine sort of like a scared wizard in Harry Potter, just panting. I imagine there'd be a splash of water as he takes a couple of steps. He looks over at Weaver. How did you survive? How did we survive?
Weaver looks to you, then at Card and Taxes and Marius that are still on the ground. And he says, "Thankfully, I was able to dart aside." He looks at the smoking crater. You look behind where the blast had gone, those gnarled ashen trees, there is a clear line that cuts through the landscape, where this disintegrating energy had just carried on for yard upon yard. Had this thing connected with Weaver, he might not be here to tell the tale. He might not have been here to banish Equinox back into the telling. But he says, we need to get them inside quickly. Card, how are you feeling after this horrendous ordeal that is seemingly over before it even began, so quick that it was?
There's a level of discomfort in Card's chest that doesn't go away right off the bat. In fact, it stays until it gets worse and culminates into him coughing up all the mucus in his system from being hit in the chest with something so powerful. And he, there's this just mixture of blood and venison, and it's sick. And he wipes off his beard and he pulls out the shard of obsidian, and holding onto his ribs, he looks at it. When he got a good look at Equinox's face, did he see that portion of the mask that was chipped?
You certainly did. You see that on the black obsidian side of the mask, there is a point right here where the jawline would be. And you can see that there is almost shaved out of it this small dagger-sized obsidian shard that was just cut through by your father's sword long ago.
Awesome. He'll look at it and you'll see it flash, and he sees Equinox's face, and you see that marking, and it comes back to him, and his chest feels easier, and he looks to Azarax, and he sees him shaking, holding his wand, and he'll say, he's a lot shorter than I remember. And he spits and moves over towards Marius, and he stands over you, Marius, and he's going to reach out his hand, and he's still got the bandages that you had helped him construct around his wound. But I mean, are you alive? Are you conscious? Do you?
Very much unconscious, I think.
I would say
that's my turn.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, yeah, absolutely. Marius and Taxes, you are out cold right now. But in terms of death saving throws, I think you're fine. It's just the force damage just knocked you guys for 6, and you just fell down like a sack of spuds. So what are you going to do? You're going to take them inside?
Yeah, I think that that after Card's words, I think snap him out of his stupor a little bit, and he looks around and he sees his companions again on the ground, and we'll see him spin the wand around in his hand as he utters some arcane words, and we see what looks like from the water beneath Marius, we'll see what looks like a blue halo of light as he begins to lift up off of the ground as I cast Levitate and bring him as quickly as possible. I feel like he's pretty much weightless, so probably as soon as he gets up, Azarax just puts both hands on him, trying not to mess with his wounds at all, and just shoves him towards the door to try to get him to keep him from dying, basically.
And is Card gonna try and move Taxes in that case?
Actually, yeah, he left me with Taxes. Magically move the lighter guy. That makes sense. No, I'm gonna. I will. Yeah, actually, I will try. I will try to move Taxes, but I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to. How do you want to do that, Rob?
Well, I think we're gonna do a bit of a thing here, and whether this be Marius or Taxes, maybe you're both sort of fading in and out of consciousness. Marius, you're watching the archway of the Mythaenium sort of slide above you as you are stretched in magically by Azarax. And I'm guessing Card being a kind of well, maybe just drag taxes in, maybe?
Drag him like a deer.
Yeah.
I was thinking drag him like a deer. Exactly. Yep.
I thought you were going to say by the tail then. I thought that's too harsh. But no. So you drag him in, absolutely. And between both of you, you're seeing these fleeting images. You're seeing these grand halls. You're seeing this strange greyish and black marble on the walls, and bookcase after bookcase and bookcase. And then you see nothing at all. After some time, I'll roll a dice. Marius, you wake up. You're not in your armor, merely the stuff that you wear beneath it. And you are in a soft bed. There is a large window open in a small room that you see you've been resting in. On the far side, there's another bed where a sleeping, snoring Taxes is. Light curtains move as a gentle breeze comes into the room, filling your lungs. How are you feeling?
I think Marius he begins to realize he's conscious, and he opens his eyes, and then he jumps and screams. He goes, "Ah!" And he's reaching at his side for a weapon that's not there, and he realizes he's not wearing armor, and he's like, and he kind of realizes that he's not still fighting Equinox. And then he would realize that this is the first time that there has been peace, proper peace and quiet. He looks around, and I think he would be quite confused. Firstly, to not be dead, and secondly, to not wake up on the battlefield. And then when he realizes that, he would check to see Taxes is still asleep. And then he would lie back down and close his eyes to try and get some actual rest.
No problem at all. And you guys can rest if that's the case.
He's basically trying to cheat. He's pretending he's not awake so he can have some more moments of quiet, you know?
No, I'm totally with you. And that's really actually quite beautiful. I love that. We cut to downstairs. The Mythaenium is a large keep kind of building. And although it is primarily a library of legend, a place where all the lore of the Lorekeepers is essentially kept, or was kept. And Azarax and Card, you find yourselves having taken care of your companions, making sure that they were put in a bed, able to rest, made sure that their wounds were sought to. You have been able to look around this place a little bit, maybe get a bit of rest yourselves. But there's all kinds of things. There's all kinds of different rooms in the Mythaenium. Not only is it a library, but on investigation, you see that there are areas for training. There is an armory in here. There is some kind of war room. There are kitchens. There are all kinds of different things that you'd expect for a living area for a lot of people at one point. So what is it that you guys would like to be doing right now?
I think Card would find himself wherever Azarax was, wherever that would be. Locrius.
Absolutely. I imagine Azarax, we've had a little bit of downtime. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, so I'm saying for all intents and purposes, a long rest has passed. So okay. Marius and Taxes are fine. You guys get your health back, including that you now have as you've leveled up. And yeah, so you've had time. And what would, you can basically tell me what you would have been doing, and we can go from there.
For sure.
With this mystical building.
So I imagine that Azarax at this point is probably sprawled out on a bench or a divan or a chaise lounge or something like that, with laid down on his side with one arm up, and we can see there's a spectral hand, his glowing mage hand in front of him, slowly turning the pages of a book. It's a book that's bound in a red leather. It looks old, very old. And we see the binding of it, and it says, "Spells and Incantations from the Second Age." And I imagine that's exactly what he's doing, is reading, studying. I imagine that this is the best long rest that Azarax has had in a long time, because he's able to rest his body and use his brain. That's exactly what he wants to do.
Perfect. And Cart.
You're flipping through the pages of this massive tome, sharpening your mind with the equivalent of a whetstone, and you hear bing 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 bing, and then bing 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 bing, as you look over and you see that Card is tuning his fiddle inside the room, and he looks to you. Well, actually, he doesn't even look at you. It's almost like he knows you're looking at him, like maybe he did that on purpose to get your attention. He says, "I don't mean no offense, but can I ask you a question about you and your people?"
Here it comes. There's a slam as the book slams shut, and the blue ethereal hand rests it down on the lectern in front of him. He sits up. "Yes, of course. Of course. Ask away."
He blows the dust off of the fiddle. This black dust goes away, and you realize it came from the obsidian shard that he used as a pick. And he says, "Are you special or something? Or are all you?" And then he holds his hands out like that to kind of make a visual representation of magic. And he shakes the fiddle around, and you hear the strings, detuned and untuned alike, just kind of grind against the wood of the headstock.
Azarax leans forward, his elbows on his knees, his fingers steepled forward on his chin. And he gives you a grin, a toothy grin. Probably looks malevolent to anyone who's not a drow. And he leans forward and he says, "I'm sure you have heard many stories of my people living down in the depths of the earth, worshipping dark powers, stealing human babies. Some of these are true, the human baby part is not. But I have come to learn that it does not matter what you look like. Does not matter whose blood runs in your veins. It matters what you do with the gifts that you have been given. And good and evil exist purely in the eye of the beholder." So your question was, am I special as far as doing magic? A bit. In the Underdark, as you call it, the males are usually arcane spellcasters, yes. Usually follow the studies of wizardry. So, yes, I'm not special, but not everyone can do the things I do.
There's a long moment that passes before you hear Card say, "People say you eat babies?"
You know, I did not grow up under the earth, you know. I grew up in a civilization with a lot of, well, people like you. And yes, I've heard many rumors that we eat babies. We do not.
And speaking of your people, a voice echoes from behind you. Weaver has entered the room. He has changed his robes. He looks very different now. He doesn't look as haggard or as grimy as he did when you first met him in the hovel. He's back in his order's headquarters, and now he wears these grey robes. He's not Weaver the White. I just saw that in the chat. I'm sorry, that got me. No, he's wearing grey robes, so not quite white robes. He says, "You mustn't sell yourself short, Azarax. You have many gifts that will help you in the next few days. In fact, we need to discuss your people. But first, we need to go and wake your friends. What I have to tell you is important, and we have little time." Which of you would like to go and visit Marius and Taxes to get them out of bed? Which of you dare?
I think if Card would look over at Azarax, he would see a finger on his nose. Not me.
The universal game known in the city and rural area alike. He will he stands up and he makes some sort of comment about so many books in the library and so much time to write while other people do all the feeding for you. And some sort of, I don't know, some sort of line like that. And he will go to wake up Taxes, and he'll go to your foot, and he'll just kind of bat it around, I think, with his hand, just kind of trying to wake you up quickly. But he looks around for some sort of, maybe something that would smell good. He's not entirely sure how to wake up Dragonborn, if he's honest.
I imagine that the way this goes is you have this sort of, you probably look at him like you would any animal, right? You don't treat him like a Dragonborn, you treat him like an animal that you would track. And you start probably going through your bags and finding like bits of jerky or bits of meat that you think that might attract him to wake up, almost like a smelling salt. You put it underneath his nose, and you just start hearing this. Weaver. What's that?
It ain't Weaver.
Well, you got food. Is that that's what I smell?
That's what this is. I ain't come here for your company.
Well, good. Because I don't cuddle well with anybody. Where's Weaver at? And he takes whatever sort of meat or whatever sort of food you have, and he just grabs it out of your hand and just starts gnawing on it on the side, like out of the side of his mouth, as you continue to talk to him.
It's a piece of jerky that has been flattened by the power of this impact that hit Card earlier, and it's also wet after the fight beforehand against the Hydra in the basically a massive Olympic-sized swimming pool, and so it's not the best thing ever. But I imagine it would probably taste good, but he asks, "How you feeling?"
You ever been hit by? Let me think something bigger than me. You ever been hit by a dragon? I mean, I don't plan on punching you in the face, but you ever been hit by a dragon?
Can't say that I have.
Pretty much. It's like getting hit by 5 or 6 dragons at the same time. That's pretty much
Marius snorts from his bed.
Oh, good. You're awake.
5 or 6 dragons.
I didn't say they were full-size ones. I just said, you ever been hit by a dragon?
Didn't say they
Don't
weren't.
judge me.
Rob, how common are dragons?
None of you would have ever seen one ever.
Except for, I mean, Dragonborn. You know, maybe he got beaten up by a
Who
gang.
knows? If Taxis has, he doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I wouldn't remember.
It's true.
Look, all I know is that mad son of a bitch. He hit me harder than I was expecting. Next time I see him, I'm gonna rip that mask right off his face.
If there isn't anything else, Marius, Taxis, you're giving a little while to sort of get your stuff together, sort yourselves out, wake up, have a bit of breakfast. And it isn't long before you all find Weaver, who is in this war room. At its center, there is a circular stone plinth, and upon it sits a map of Farwyde. And he's looking at it ponderously as you all enter the room. He says, it fills my heart with joy to see that you're still standing. He directs that at Marius and Taxes.
It's good to be back. How are we still here?
Well, I don't want to give you any false aspirations. We were incredibly lucky. I was still able to manipulate the tear in the telling that I created to ensure that our foe was dragged back in. I assure you, however, that will not always be an option. Thankfully, the Mythaenium is restored. All of its many facets are open to you, but there is something that I need to discuss with you, something I need to ask you. You've done many things for me that I could scarcely hope to repay, at least anytime soon. But something that Equinox said yesterday chilled my blood. And that's saying a lot considering I'm cold-blooded. I'm sorry. Something unnerved me in what he was saying. He said that a gathering darkness, a darkness that rises from beneath. Long suspected that he has sought to forge alliances with those who have been ill-treated by those that dwell in this land and beyond. It is clear to me that Advent have some understanding with a number of your kind Azarax. He motions to you. From what I gather, you've met one of those already.
Yes, we did, but she was a light castrel. She was is someone who grew up on the surface like I did. I don't see I don't understand what you're asking us. What do you need of us? You have saved our lives. You have given us information on how Well, like it or not, we are cast on this path together. But what is it that you would ask of us?
What I'm about to ask will not be easy. But yesterday, after you triumphed against the Hydra, against Muse, I saw something in you all, something that you may not be aware that you even possess. If there's any hope for Farwyde, if there's any hope for the Nine Kingdoms, then I believe that it is you. All of you. Like I said before, Grim would not have reacted to just anyone. It is you, I am sure, that will make a difference. If Equinox and Advent are to be stopped, then we are going to need help. We are going to need to form some resistance against their forces. And I fear if Advent are forging an alliance with the Drow, it would not be long before his gaze turns to the Drow of the Underdark. Those people, they have been ill-treated ever since the closing days of the Underdark Wars. If the Drow side with Advent, this may be over before it even begins. I'm sure you understand my meaning, Azarax. The Drow wield incredible power.
Card would look at Azarax at this moment. The Drow wield incredible power and just kind of look at you knowingly after having the conversation earlier.
Azarax will turn to Card and he'll make like he's cradling something in his arms and then go.
Perfect.
And then he'll turn to Weaver and he'll say, I'm in full agreement. We need allies with us. But are you suggesting that the four of us travel to the Underdark to try to make a treaty with the Drow to get them to join with us against Equinox?
I know what I say sounds ill-advised. But I have it on good authority that your people respect the old ways. It has been some time since a Lorekeeper has stepped into the Underdark, but they have in the past. They will offer you an audience. If you, of course, bear our name. If you take Grim, he is no longer my grimoire. My legends were wiped from his pages. He now belongs to you. He will be able to help you in this regard, I'm sure. I know what I ask seems insane, but it's either we do this or we face the prospect of another endless night at the hands of Equinox. For those of you, I mean, you can be totally upfront on this. I don't mind. Do you think all of you would know what the Endless Night is? It is a very, very famous event in history, but you may need reminding out of game. It's entirely up to you.
Taxes would not even know. He has been wiped so clean that like he's any new information that might be old information, he's got to relearn it anyways.
I would say Card has been just absent from society for so long that it's I would argue maybe he doesn't either, that he's clueless as well.
Absolutely. In which case,
Marius-
Azrax. Oh, sorry.
That's cool. Whatever.
No, you go.
No, go ahead, Rob. Rob, you go ahead.
I'm playing the game too. It's cool.
Kidding.
Marius, you go.
Marius would have studied it, I think, right? In the witch hunt days. He would have heard of the terrible things that the Drow can do with their witches.
Okay. So seeing this blank look, Azrax, would you like to take it away?
Yeah, I think Azrax would see the look on some of his companions' faces, and he would say, "Weaver is talking about the Endless Night, the second Underdark War, when forward from the Underdark came up and invaded the surface, and with great powers of arcane magic, blotted out the sun itself." You see, it's very complicated, but I will try to give you a concise, quick history lesson. People on the surface think the Drow were cast down the Underdark for their evil deeds, but this is not the way the Drow remember it. My people view themselves as protectors, not of the Underdark, but of the entire world. Because beneath them, there exist ancient evils. My people, according to their lore, went down as a bastion against the darkness, the sub-Underdark darkness, the evil forces down there. And over the centuries, the rift between the subterranean and the surface dwellers grew. War happened when the dwarves invaded. My people beat them back. No surprise there. The second Underdark War was perhaps vengeance, perhaps hubris. But my people decided they wanted more dominion. So they attacked the surface. Now here is where the story gets very complicated, not just in general, but for our mission exactly. Because my house, my family, House Drogaron, betrayed the entirety of the subterranean Drow. It was the magic users of my house that banded together with magic users of the surface, that stopped the endless night, that brought the sun back to the world. There is nothing more despicable in the Underdark than a Drogaron. And of course, then the wizards afterwards formed the Magisterium, and the rest is history. I'm sure, Marius, you know all of this, but he turns to Weaver and he says, if you believe that touting the name of the Lorekeepers will give us audience, and if we have Grim with us, I will do this thing. But no, it is not going to be a simple thing.
Weaver looks at you, absorbing this information, and he says, I understand.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I'm just glad it's not just me.
I thought at first too. I was like,
Hey.
No, this is just like massive suspense.
This is
This
the
is
most intense dramatic pause ever seen.
Didn't you
He's
guys see
just
that?
really good at miming.
Didn't you guys see that video on Performance Check where he talks about this climactic moments in online RPGs?
Yeah, you
This
gotta
was-
give them the 2-minute dramatic pause.
This is lesson 1, man. Know when to pull your Ethernet cable. It's. I'm telling you.
it's the ultimate mic drop.
So, what sort of equipment is Weaver going to be giving us before we head into the Underdark, guys? I think we, since Rob has departed,
because I left my hammer in there and I left my shield in there. So
let's take the liberty. Let's take the liberty to come up. I mean, Rob, I imagine wants us to think of it.
Sure.
Azrax walks out into the Mythaenium and he opens this large cellar door and pulls out a robe of the Archmagi.
Oh my gosh!
I think I'm good, man. I'm good with the robe of the Archmagi.
I'll take a Holy Avenger. I mean, you twisted my arm, you know.
Dope. I'm going to say Card finds a Rosetta Stone levels 1 through 5 for English is what I'm looking for.
It's what he most desperately needs.
Yeah.
God, what would Taxes want? What would Taxes get? I imagine that Taxes probably gets these like badass sand scimitars that are forged out of like brass dragon fire, just like straight up brass dragon fire, and it looks like glass. They're just scimitars of glass.
Nice. And I don't know about you guys, but I think we should level up. I mean, it's just purely my opinion.
At this stage,
we had a long rest. I mean, I know we just leveled up, but that was a whole long rest in the Mythaenium. I think so.
Yeah, be absorbing experience passively, you know.
All those books in that library.
It's just a library of knowledge. By the time we come out, we're like, we've graduated! Woo!
I'm going to multi-class into this class from the Shadowrun book I have on my shelf, if that's cool with you guys. Lloyd, you can tell me how many dice I need to roll, right?
Yeah. Have you got approximately 9,000 handy? That's what you'll need.
Yes!
He's back, baby.
Yes!
Shadowrun crashes the app. Oh, hey, here it is. What's up? You are very quiet, though, to me, right?
Yeah, we don't hear you.
Little man in a box.
Oh, you didn't do the ritual where you have to plug in your headphones first and stuff.
Little man in a tiny coat.
Fat man in a little coat. Or fat guy.
Oh, easy gunning it? Nope. Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to go for a wee.
Go for a wee.
Go for a
Can
wee.
you hear us? Rob, can you hear us? Give us a thumbs up. We can't hear you. We don't hear you.
I think he gave you a thumb. He gave you a thumbs up. Yeah.
All right, good. Okay, we can hear him. Perfect.
Wait, what?
All right. Well, I'm glad we got him back. That means the stream won't end, right? So we're good.
It's true. Well, let's take a short break. 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. That sounds good to me.
All right, perfect. Sounds good.
Godspeed.
I'll stay here for you, Rob, so that you can judge your mic and make sure everything works.
No, I can't hear you, Rob. I can see you. Hello. But I cannot hear you. Are we taking a break? Is that what's happening? I have transferred my computer woes to you. The old gods are fickle. They're kind to me, but cruel to you, it seems.
Okay, I think I'm back.
You're back.
I think. Can someone hear me? Hello.
Hello, Rob. I can hear you.
Yes. Oh, perfect. Okay. So I'm just gonna say sorry about that, everyone watching, and hello. Welcome to Performance Check. We are back. We're obviously taking an unscheduled break. I will be right back, and we will do some brief introductions, and then we will carry on. Thank you ever so much for your patience. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh man, that is 4 sessions without, I think, anyone dropping. So I broke the streak. Dear me. Well, I'm going to look into the chat. I hope people are enjoying the game thus far. Of course, as always, if you have... Oh, wait. The chat disconnected me as well. That's just typical. Just typical. I will open a new one. Dear me.
What's going on, man?
Hey, man, how's it going? I was just saying, that's 4 sessions without anyone dropping, and I break the streak.
Man, it happens sometimes. Don't worry about it. It's one of those things.
Nah,
that just,
man, it's
oh
all
no,
good.
you jinxed it, man. Now Lloyd's gone.
Oh no.
Oh no, what happened? Oh wait, no, wait. Lloyd sent a message to the group. He said coming back ASAP. Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
that's okay. So yeah, we got
dear.
while you were away, we did get some magic items. I got a robe of the Archmagi, and
I got a Rosetta Stone software 5-set.
Nice. I hear that's expensive, so yeah.
For English. Yeah, it is expensive. That is like adjusting for inflation since back in these times.
Yeah, of course.
I assume
Yeah,
all
definitely.
of this was happening a long, long time ago, like Star Wars. I just always assumed that.
Absolutely it was. Yeah, definitely.
So how have you been, Rob? What do you think?
Oh,
If this is our break, what do you think of the opener? I thought it was really awesome, and
Oh, thanks, man. Well, I want to know what you guys think of the, because I've had a whole month thinking about this opener. I want to know what you guys think about it.
I like it. I like time in between thoughts for me to talk to Locrius about his character, or for Lloyd to talk about kind of soliloquy for a little bit about his character or something. Like, I love the little moments in there for the players to jump in. And I love your descriptions, man. You're excellent.
Oh, thanks, man. Well, I would be a fool to not give as much time for you guys to do your thing as possible, because
That's true.
you guys always kill it. So, like, you know, I've gotta let it open, and you guys just run with it. It's great.
I thought that Lloyd's intro monologue was fucking amazing. I don't want to say when he's here because he gets like allergic to praise. He doesn't like
diabetes.
Dude, it was so good.
Holy
so
shit.
good.
It was
and
amazing.
I love that whole first sequence. It was great. It was spine tingling. When you gave that, like before Equinox got sucked into the portal, I was like, I got fucking shivers from that shit. That shit was fucking bone chilling. It was perfect.
Cool, man. I think it's important to always have like the villain show up every now and then to sort of remind you what you're up against. And you haven't seen him like in person since the first session, so like he had to turn up at some point. Like he had to sort of make his presence known that he is still after you.
Well, like, and I liked that too.
Yeah.
That in that moment, like the cool thing about that one moment in this whole thing was that two of us did go down. And there was like this sense of urgency and dread that actually felt like, cool, there's a possibility that in this one single act, TPK could happen.
Yeah, definitely.
And so the fact that that's still possible scares the living daylights out of me even now. I don't care how many we get up.
I genuinely rolled to see if we've got out of the way or not. I have Equinox's stats here, and I was like, I've got to see, like, I can't, some things should be left to chance. And I thought,
I agree. And I think
let's just see.
By and large, a lot of GMs are, I think, too nice. I think when it comes to character death, maybe players should loosen up a little bit. I think character death is the best thing in the history of fiction when it comes to climactic points in stories. And man. So this is me telling you, Rob, don't go easy. Especially, I mean, really wreck me anytime you want. If you feel like, oh man, this dude's story arc is done, pop me. If you think my death will make someone else's story arc better, like, you pop me. Like, I don't care. Anytime you want, man. Let's do this.
Anytime I want, I can wreck Barker. I want that in black and white.
That's quote of the year right there, man. Anytime you want, you can wreck me. Quote Barker 2017.
I know. I'm going to frame that on my wall. But no, I get what you mean, man. Like, and I totally get that. And you're right. Like, I love your characters, but at some points they need to be put in genuine danger, because otherwise,
what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point? And you were in genuine danger. I knew that there was a way to sort of get you guys out of it, which I thought, right, I'm going to have a round to wreck you with Equinox, I reckon.
Well, I feel like
whatever happens.
I honestly feel like the only way you start to love your characters, right? The only way you really genuinely start to love your characters and love your character sheet more than just a character sheet is to really get that visceral experience of this character might die.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I value this character sheet more than just statistics, and it becomes a character to me, then the moment that he dies, it's going to matter 100% more.
That's it. It's all prequel games. All prequel games from that point on, man.
That's why when Matt and like when we play at the house, if one of us dies, we burn it in the fire.
Oh, dude, I fold it in half. Yeah. I'm a pack rat, dude. I fold it in half and I put it in a binder entitled Graveyard. Because I'm super edgy. I'm super edgy, man.
Has Matt ever told you we played a Halloween game a couple years ago, and if your character died during that Halloween game, you had to throw it in the fire. He made us throw the character sheet in the fire. It was super awesome.
That's so cool.
Lloyd
is back.
All I can imagine is that
he's back.
Oh, sorry, Locris.
Okay, I'm a little bit laggy. We're throwing a character sheet in the fire. All I can imagine is from Amadeus Salieri burning the cross like a fucking madman.
Oh, man.
A little esoteric, maybe, but
Are you there, Lloyd? You okay?
I am here. Yes, I am okay.
Okay, perfect. Are you
I'm
remaining
just
off?
on stuff I can play right now.
Okay, cool. I think because I actually we have a fair bit to get through, so I'm gonna push us along. Okay, so we were having a conversation. Weaver was speaking to Exirax, and he was essentially he's been telling you that this is the only way. I know this venture into the Underdark may cost you. But if Advent and Equinox forge an alliance with the Underdark, could mean the end for us all. And on top of everything that he was explaining before the break, how do you guys feel about this? This going to this legendarily dangerous place.
They told me when I worked for the witch hunters that there is no higher concentration of heretics, of witches, apostates, anywhere in all of the realms than the Underdark. So understandably, I'd rather go anywhere else.
It is the path that is set before us. You must see that this action by Equinox, if unchallenged, could mean the end for us before the fight has even begun. What I propose to you is not simply to journey to the Underdark, though. No, it is not the Drow alone that we will need to convince to not only not join Advent, but to join us. Farwyde is the last free realm. And if Advent destroy Farwyde from within, there will be nothing to stop either of them from robbing this entire land of all last remaining freedoms. Do you understand?
I think there'd be a long pause, and the words would sink in. Azrax would nod his head. He would say, I will go, though I am afraid my presence is a liability. I see the need. But surely there must be others that we can get on our side. Who else do we know? I mean, you are all fighting men. Clearly you did not wake up in the morning, learn to swing a sword with such prowess. But we can bring into the fold? No?
I have scant allies, Azarax. I fled the witch hunters, coming to Farwyde, hoping to live a life as a farmer. That didn't exactly pan out. But I cannot go back to them and ask for help. It's possible that my family might have, although I'd sooner go to the Underdark than face my father, I think.
And this might surprise you, but, well, I don't have any friends.
But you're so charming.
He gives you a glance, Marius, and then looks to Weaver. And I like to think maybe Weaver feels it in his gut where he was hit. by Card. But Card recognizes that Weaver has given Card a focus. He knows the way of the world. Card gets it. At this point, he's basically just waiting to die and finding ways to not stay bored in the meantime. Maybe there's something else there. But for now, it might surprise Weaver to see Card look him in the face and say, "Nah, I guess I'll do whatever you say."
Taxes is the last one to sort of stride up and look Weaver dead in the face.
I don't know what you're getting us into. I don't like magic all that much. You know that about me, Weaver. But you saved our asses out there. Mine especially. I may not like you. You green.
And he like sort of spits in his hand. And then he extends his claw out to you.
I may not like you. I may not even respect you that much. But you did me a good service. And for that, I'm willing. I don't know much about this Underdark, though. You had to guide me there.
Weaver pauses for a moment, looking at you, and his expression, you can't really detect what it is. But he's looking at you, Taxes. His eyes narrowed. And then after a short amount of time, he brings up his scaled hand and he slaps it firmly, like that, onto your wrist. Like that. And he says, "It is I who are in debt to you, all of you. Had it not been for your actions, the Mythaenium would never have been returned. Grim would not have survived, and none of us would have got this far. I think we're all very much even. And I meant what I said, Taxes, about your clan. Rest assured, and Azarax makes a good point. We are going to need to collate more people, more forces that will be able to help us, not the drow alone. Whilst you're away, I will set about seeing what I can do about finding any clue of what happened to your people. If your kin yet live, Taxes, they could be formidable allies."
And he sort of laughs at that, and he kind of grins a little bit.
I've been living out by my own so long. If they even remember me, it'll be a miracle.
They vanished, as a lot of our people did, without a trace. But the power of the Mythaenium is now back in my control. With it, with some time, I may be able to produce some viable results. I do not ask you to make this decision lightly, all of you, but I must urge haste. I bid you to take this evening, and in the morning, if you would go to the Underdark, then be here at dawn. He gestures to the war room. And he says, before he turns, he looks to Card, the one who has known Weaver since childhood. And they haven't got along for a long time. Whatever that thing has been, this barrier between them, yeah, maybe it's still there. But he reaches towards you, Card, and he gestures for you to hand over the thing that you often just have in your hand, the shard of obsidian. May I?
There's a pause. Noticeable pause. Card waits a moment before, of course, without issue, putting it in Weaver's hand, as if it's nothing to him. But he doesn't take his eye off your hand.
Thank you. I will return it to you.
Well, I didn't know you're going to keep it.
You'll have it back by morning. Marius, if you would come with me, there's something I need to show you. The rest of you, rest well. Explore the Mythaenium, do as you wish. And in the morning, hopefully you'll have made a decision. And he gestures for Marius to come with him.
An eyebrow is raised, but that's as much as Marius gives out about the situation before following.
Weaver walks without saying anything. You sort of fall into step just behind him. You're walking through a long corridor in this keep now. The waning light of day beaming through the windows. These long, tall, arched windows. And he turns and he enters into the atrium, this vast hall, the hall that you recognize was the site of your climactic battle with the Hydra. And in the center of this room, there is only what I can describe as a crater. For when the Mythaenium crashed down out of the sky and phase replaced the old ruins with its reformed state, one thing, it seems, did not get fixed. At the center of this crater lies your hammer. The hammer that dropped from your grip as the Hydra struck at you again and again. Your shield is nowhere to be seen, but you recognize it as your hammer. Yet it gleams. Wisps of silverish energy appears to be pouring from an ornate design that is forged into either side of your weapon. It still bears the symbol of the witch hunters, but it is now augmented, strangely decorated. And he gestures down into the crater and he says, I believe that is yours.
Marius would kind of turn his head to the side like a dog trying to listen, like scratch the back of his head. It's just a hammer. How?
From what I imagine, this weapon has some significance. The energy of the telling generally picks up on that sort of thing. This hammer has a story to it. A story that I know not. Perhaps you do, perhaps you don't. Regardless, it is now a thing of power. there is an unfinished tale about it. It bears the energy of the telling, and something more, something I do not know. Regardless, it is yours. Take it.
So Marius kind of like walks in circles around it, kind of worried about picking it up. He says, I suppose it's always been a symbol of the witch hunters. And my name, I never thought that it was anything but a tool, an extension of my body, but it seems, and he like slowly puts his fingers around the hilt of it. He lifts it up. Suppose maybe it is something more.
And as your fingers clasp around the haft of this warhammer, it's like you being introduced to an old friend, but an old friend that you've not seen in a long time. Someone who's had many different experiences that you have not been present for. Tell me, Marius, your hammer. It bears the symbol of the witch hunters, but around it, what would you like to be decorated around it? It's entirely up to you. You don't have to say right now, or you can think about it if you prefer.
I think the witch hunter symbol is this skull. It's extremely gothic. It's very orderly. And I think Marius kind of examining it now, he would see that there are these delicate, almost like vine-like swirls along it, like inlaid with gold and a sort of greenish metal. And he looks at it and he thinks, I don't. And then he looks at it again, he thinks, and then he remembers, I forgive you. And he drops the hammer onto the ground. He like almost falls away from it at these beautiful elvish designs.
Weaver simply watches you for a moment, and he doesn't say anything further. And he turns, and I just imagine this view of Marius standing in this vast hall, looking at your weapon, evolved. Throughout the night, silence is over the Mythaenium as all of you ponder what is going to happen on the next day. This seems like an outlandish, an insane task. Yet with all of that you've been through, these days, these nights, it almost seems like this is the next step. And Card, as you walk the halls of the Mythaenium, as moonlight pours through the windows, you hear deep in this keep the sound of a ka-ting, 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 a hammer ringing out against clear steel. Is there anything, and I will say, is there anything briefly that any of you would have liked to have done that evening?
Card would have sharpened his sword. Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Oh, no. You're more than
That's
welcome.
it. No, that was it. That's all I was going to say, I promise. Card would have sharpened his sword. Go ahead.
Okay. I think for the first time in a long time, not to say that he goes around, well, he's a dragon. Okay. But so Taxes would probably have actually tried to take a bath, clean all the grime off himself, clean all the blood, clean all the wounds and actually just clean himself up for once. His clothes and stuff, he doesn't care. They don't have to be nice. They're going to get destroyed anyways later. But his wounds, he cleans all the wounds and cleans everything so that he's back to normal and just kind of has a moment of reflection to relax for just a brief second. You sort of hear from the back rooms where he's taking this like just guttural sigh of relief. Just a as he sort of just mellows into this cleansing of himself before he goes off into the next morning.
And I do need to say one thing, which I think will wrap up the evening's events. Picard, you walk to where you had left your belongings, including your sword. You're a man of routine. And yeah, you've been in a fight. You want to sharpen your blade. As you return to your belongings, however, your sword isn't there. And you hear the ting, ting, ting ring out across the night. The next morning comes. Who is in the war room?
Marius has always been an early riser. That's his whole life so far, is up before dawn. And he would get up before dawn, and he's always been a pragmatist also, and he's just not that interested in looking around this place and looking at all these wonderful things. He's interested in finding a shield, and he looks for some time. In the morning, he couldn't sleep. There was this ringing. He thought it was like an echo from his hammer, like what it had been through in the time that he hadn't seen it. He couldn't sleep. He goes searching through the libraries for reference to a shield. And in the most unexpected place, he finds his shield. There is a book, huge book, split, ruined. This thing is enormous, and it's got this ridiculous cover, this huge sort of metal-bound cover, all these beautiful inlays. And he had looked in the armory, and all the shields there, none of them spoke to him, but this cover speaks to him. It looks appropriate. And so he takes this cover, this almost door-sized cover of a book. He gets to stitching. And so the next morning, when you'll see him kneeling in the war room, he has on his back, strapped to it, this book cover in place of a shield.
Incredible. Yeah, it's inlaid with steel and iron, and it has strange markings across it. This eerily weird, massive book that you've now forged into your shield. The shield, perhaps, of a Lorekeeper. Are you all present in the war room?
Yeah, I imagine so. I mean, I know that Taxes probably would have gone outside early in the morning, immediately taking an opportunity to soak up as much sun, as much heat as he can, kind of before to open up his muscles and to relax himself. And then he'll walk into the war room shortly after that, all prepared and ready to go.
Card wakes up on the hard. What kind of beds are we talking about? This is the kind of information that keeps me up at night. I mean, these questions.
No, absolutely. There is actually a mixture. Like, there are some bedrooms around the Mythaenium that are larger. you can imagine back when this this oh dear, sorry, get me in the chat. When this was at its full sort of capacity, where there were Lorekeepers in there, people of higher rank, I'm guessing, would have better chambers. So you can pick. You can either have like a simple straw bed up to a large feather bed that would be higher up in the keep.
No,
Up
I
to
like
you.
the idea that it would be a straw bed inside of like a barrack of some variety. And he wakes up. Card wakes up. On the frame of the bed, the straw has been thrown off in discomfort during the night because Card is so used to sleeping on the ground that he found it easier to fall asleep just on the hardwood of the frame. He wakes up early on accident because the sun is shining into his eyes at an odd angle, and it wakes him up, and he is absolutely upset about it. And people might notice that he's irritated in the war room when he arrives there. But he didn't take a bath. He didn't do the whole taxes thing. You notice that too. He's not used to being around people.
And finally, Azarax.
Yeah, Azarax is the last one to make it into the war room, and I imagine that everybody might be waiting for a moment until he scampers in, and he's got a satchel under his arm, and he's holding what looks like a scroll that's wrapped up, that's sealed with wax, and he runs in and he says, "But I had this idea right when I was closed my eyes to go to bed. It occurs to me the dignitaries that were with Royce Cheslin, they had no idea what was going on. Others happen, but we had a chance to speak with them and show our integrity as people. So I think that we should send them these letters so that perhaps we can get them on our side." Well, so I tried this. I don't know if it's going to work. And he would reach out to Marius. He would reach out his hand to hand you the rolled up scroll.
Seems reasonable. Seems like a good idea. We did save their lives. They saw us banish the evil.
So as you reach out and grab the scroll, all of a sudden the nondescript wax seal on it begins to glow a blue color, and we see the image as if there's an invisible seal pushing down upon it. We see the image of a lock, like a keyhole, in front of an open book. It begins to glow and flash, and all of a sudden the entire scroll opens up, and you hear whispering words similar to the way a whispering scroll of the Court of Whispers works, that says, "Royce Cheslin did not murder the King Regent. He was killed by a doppelganger in Cheslin's form at the behest of Advent. Advent's leader, Equinox, threatens to bring the Nine Kingdoms to its knees. But fear not. True, and we have returned in Farwyde's time of need. Stand with us, and Advent shall fall. Have hope, the Lorekeepers." And as the scroll falls down and lands on the front of you, the words on it shift and begin to move, and it looks like it's a grocery list. It says the onions, potatoes, this and that. It was both the magic mouth spell and the illusory script spell to describe these scrolls.
Logris, take a point of inspiration. That's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. So if you're all gathered, yes, Weaver enters the war room, and in his arms he carries a large bundle that is wrapped in this fabric. And he lays it down, and it's a heavy bundle. It goes as he whacks it on top of the table. And he scans you with a curious look, and he he simply says to you, "Thank you. While you are away, let me tell you that we'll be able to remain in contact. One of the abilities of a grimoire is to be able to be in touch with those at the Mythaenium. If you need to speak with me, then speak with Grim. He'll be able to relay a message. And don't underestimate his knowledge either. Now that the Mythaenium is restored, Grim can act as a advisor of sorts in combat and in difficult situations. If you find all hope is lost, turn to him. He will be able to help you. He represents the Lorekeepers' power. Remember that and do not fear to use it. I took the liberty of preparing some things that I feel might be of use to you. Now, first of all, I must apologize to Azarax. What I have been preparing for you may take a little longer. However, I'm sure your patience will be rewarded in kind. Marius, you have the power of the telling infused within your hammer. Use it wisely. It will manifest in time, I assure you. For taxes, I had a look through our armory, and I found something that I had acquired in my travels during the great purge of our people. And he reaches beneath this fabric, and he pulls out 2 blades that sit in these scaly scabbards. A pair of dual scimitars. He draws them both. And as he does, you can see it's an ever so slightly curved blade. And along the back of the blade are spines that are almost reminiscent of your own dreadlock spines that run down your head and your back. He gives them a quick twirl, resheathes them and hands them to you, and he says, "Taxes. These are blades that belong to our people. They have served me once before, but I fear I am too old to swing them with the effect that you may have. Take them with my regards, Taxes, and I promise you, if I can, I will find your people." And then he reaches for the last thing beneath the cloth. And it's something that you recognize, Card. The great sword. The great sword of your father. Weaver says, our smithing facilities, as it were, are second to none. Even an old man like me still remembers the old lessons I was taught many years ago. It's the pieces of us, the pieces that we bring along on our journey that are important. And I have reforged your blade, Card, to remind you of this. And he draws this great sword. It is no longer dull, it gleams. And as it's drawn, it sings a song of clear steel. But where the hilt meets the flat of the sword, you see the shard of the obsidian that he had taken from you, now inlaid into the steel. Melted down, it now reaches almost halfway up the blade. A black heart to your new blade. And he hands it to you.
He would see Card's eyes immediately kind of look away, as if he were disinterested, but it's the double take is quick, and his eyes feast in this sword. A grin crosses half of his face as he takes it out of Weaver's hand, and he holds it up and he looks at that obsidian heart, and he flashes again and he sees Equinox's face, and then he comes back and he smiles and he says, well, actually, no, he will turn to Weaver and he will take this sword kind of and embrace it, and he'll nod to Weaver and he'll say, "Storyteller," as he walks back to his companions. But it is a deep bow to Weaver. It is played off as nothing, but it is a deep bow.
And Weaver returns it. And it's almost like he's about to say something else to you. But it's almost like he can't bring himself to say it. And he swallows and he looks away. And he glances at you one last time and he says, "Go now. If you journey northeast from here, not 2 days away, you will find the jaws of the Underdark." Azarax, you have studied maps of this land for a long time. And this is information that is already known to you. You don't know what they look like, but you know that there is an entrance to the Underdark. An entrance that could surely lead to the Drow's capital that is known as Talazan. And if there is anything else you'd like to do before you leave the Mythaenium, now's the time.
I think Azarax would, everybody would hear the tinkling of metal, and you would see Azarax pull up this huge pack up onto his shoulder, and hanging off of the side are just three ridiculously large lanterns that are probably way too bulky to be bringing. But he'll turn to his companions, and he'll turn to Taxes specifically. And he'll say, "Can you see in the dark?"
Not all that well. But I work in the dark better than I think, so I try to do it in low light if I can.
Yes. How to put this? Imagine the darkest hole on a moonless, starless night. 100 feet of rock. There is many places in the Underdark there is no light. I feel we will be at a distinct disadvantage. This is the way of things. But I brought some supplies, and you'll see it's clear that Azarax is not capable adventurer. I imagine that he has like probably a huge wheel of cheese on there. He's got like ridiculous things that you do, non-essential things. But he will have a big pack of stuff. And Rob, also, while we're just taking stock of what we have, you said there's an armory. Would there be actually like armor in the armory that we could arm ourselves with?
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon Azarax would have had a bit more time to explore, considering he wasn't knocked out. He's had a bit more time to wander around. And yeah, there would have been simple bits of armor. Nothing legendary, shall we say, but there would have been leather and steel, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. So like a leather, studded leather. I imagine as he hoists up this pack that perhaps you can see the glint of the studs underneath. says, well, gathered everything I think that I can think of. If there's nothing else, we can go.
I think Taxes at this point right now. He before you all leave, he takes a moment. He looks at these scimitars. He's flicking them around, hand to hand, gauging the weight and looking them over. And it's surprising because he hasn't seen something like this in a long, long time. But it seems as though it's like second nature. These blades almost feel just normal as he juggles them back and forth between. And he grips them tightly and then flicks them into the holsters. And he looks to Weaver.
I'll do her blood proud. Promise you that.
And Weaver simply smiles. And he lifts up Grim. And he says, keep them safe, old friend. Keep them informed. I know you'll do me proud. And he hands Grim to Azarax, I think. And with a smile, we cut to the four of you making your way down the steps before the Mythaenium. Walking across the now reformed bridge that crosses the lake that surrounds the Mythaenium. And taking long strides up the valley that hides this place and into the distance. You head north, west for some time, all focused on what you have to do, even though the road ahead looks uncertain. This time has allowed you to take stock. You feel energized. You feel different. You journey for 2 days. Maybe there's a bit of small talk between you, but nothing of much consequence. Maybe you're lost in thought, particularly Azarax, I feel, considering the heritage that he appears to be returning to. You bed down for one night, and it is Azarax that is the first to wake, or rather return from his trance, not having to sleep as much as the rest of you. However, looking around, something is off. Your campfire is now but embers. There is only a small amount of light as the sun is barely peeking above the horizon. And you look around and you are entirely alone. Your companions aren't there.
I feel like Azarax's eyes have been glazed over. I imagine that he's sitting up against a tree as his companions slumber, and I imagine those first rays of light come down, and instinctively the visor of Veritor comes down over his eyes. And as he turns and he sees that his friends are not there, there's an instant of panic. And I imagine that holding one hand on the tree, he slowly steps up, instinctively slinking back into the shadows of the tree to try to look around and figure out what's happening.
And as you try and pull yourself up, you find that you cannot. You look down, and all of a sudden, hands erupting from the tree that you're resting against are now closing in around your ankles. And all of a sudden, you're being dragged down, pinning you to the ground. You can barely breathe, and all of a sudden, you are being pulled through the earth. Soil, mud is in your eyes, and all of a sudden, you look up. You are in darkness. You see a field covered with the dead drow and humans alike. You look up to the sun, now blotted by the endless night, and then you awake with a start. It is still nighttime.
I imagine
And-
there'd be a gasp and just a call out echoing across the mountainside. "Ah!" As he jumps up to his feet, his wand in hand, he flips it to ice pick grip, ready to stab whoever these undead creatures that are assaulting him. I imagine that he'd be murmuring in to himself, preparing to cast whatever spell he can on whoever's assailing him. And I imagine that his companions very well might wake up as he's doing.
I just rolled a die, and I can confirm that Marius was on watch when you awake with a start.
So Marius is probably like staring lovingly at this beautiful inlay at his hammer. It's the first chance he's really had to appreciate it. It's a work of art. He's like looking at it and he's thinking about what it represents, and then he hears it's like, "Whoa!" And he like instinctively like grabs it and like points it in the direction. He sees Azarax. Says, "What's going on? What?"
And there'd be a moment before he replies. You see Azarax adopting a low stance like a cornered animal, slashing to and fro with his wand as if it was a dagger. And there's probably 3 or 4 swipes until he realizes that there's nothing there. A vision, a dream in my trance. I don't know. The endless night, the sea of the dead, hands grasping, pulling me underground. It's he goes to wave you off. My mind is playing tricks on me. It's sorry to wake you.
Marius would walk over and he'd put a hand on your shoulder. He would say, "It's all right. Nothing will get past us while I watch." And he will just like there'll be a brief sort of warmth. He's going to use a little bit of lay on hands to calm your feelings, bring you to restfulness. And he will say, "It's all right. I'm keeping watch."
And absolutely, yeah, Azarax, I imagine that as this warmth overtakes him, perhaps you can even feel his pulse slow. And he turns to you and gives you a mystified look. And he says, "I don't understand how you do it. In the face of death, you are like an obelisk of stone. You're like a statue, stoic, unmoving, unflinching. How can I foster this bravery in myself, Marius?"
It's a difficult question to answer. A lifetime of indoctrination helps. A unshakable faith in a higher power can be useful. Seeing terrible things over and over again and coming away from them inures you to fear. I still feel it. But I have learned to harness it.
And I think with that, hearing that Marius still feels fear and letting that sink in, Azarax will nod and give you, reach up and give you a pat on your shoulder and go back to rest as Marius takes the watch.
Fear, Azarax, is what separates cowards from brave men, and not in the way that you think. Any maniac can do anything without feeling fear, but feeling fear and overcoming it, that's the difficult thing.
And wordlessly, Azarax will just nod at the wisdom as he goes back to rest.
You set about your journey the next day, Azarax. The frightfully real dream weighs heavy on you. But you all continue to journey. The weather, well, it's Marius' favorite. It's snowing. And you are all sort of pressed, hunched over against a strong gust that brings down ice into your faces, under your hoods, however you choose to keep yourself warm. And following Azarax's lead, you're heading towards the location that you know where the jaws of the Underdark are. Now, the only thing that you know is that there is an entrance. You don't really know of what kind. But as you begin approaching these crag-like mountains, a wall in front of you, you realize that you are coming to one of the borders of Farwyde, surrounded as it is by mountains and abysses, the thing that keeps it free from the rest of the Nine Kingdoms and the grasp of the God King. Walking through rocks, piled up on top of each other, almost like a graveyard, with tombstones rising in front of you. Weaving between these rocks, they get larger and larger, becoming dale, then hill, then mountain. You turn a corner and you see it. The colossal remains of what Azarax would understand as a scourge of the Underdark. The colossal remains of a gigantic purple worm. Its body is the size of a small mountain. Its flesh rotted into the stone almost, fossilized, half buried into the ground. You see endless rows of stone-like teeth, jagged. And in its jaws is the entrance to the Underdark. And that is where we're going to take a short break, because after that, we're in for the long haul.
Ooh-wee.
All right, awesome.
So
That was so cool.
really, really quick break, guys, and then we'll be back in, okay?
Sounds good.
Cool.
Awesome.
See you in a sec. And guys, for those of you watching, thank you for putting up with the technical difficulties earlier, and we'll be back shortly. Cheers.
I think I'm the first one back. This is kind of nice. I don't ever think I ever come back first.
You just beat me.
Oh man, this is.
You
I was like,
just
I'm having a
got
moment.
there.
I'm having a moment right now. I'm alone.
Cool, man.
No,
Do you
dude,
like
this is.
Do you like your scimitars?
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I had a moment in that moment, I was this close to crying. Like, no joke. Like, I don't get emotional over stuff like that, but it felt so right. And it's like this character for me, he's lost everything of who he was formerly.
Yeah.
And so to have something in my possession that now screams Dragonborn in some way, it was a really like powerful moment for me. So yeah, I'm so excited to use them now. And like,
I had to give him something that was of his own kind. I was like, because you've been hammered a lot, like you've been basically running to the ground quite a lot lately, is what I'm trying to say.
No,
Stumbling in my words. So he needs something to reassure him that yes, I have something of my kin, and there is hope.
Well, I mean, like it's kind of nice because it's like for the last couple of sessions, I think Marius and I were basically just being like meat shields and just taking a ton of damage.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, and don't worry, Chris. You haven't. It might seem like you've been shortchanged because you're the only one that walked away from there without anything.
Are you kidding? Look at my fucking eyewear. This shit is awesome.
That's kind of why I was like, yeah, if I give him something else. But don't worry, there is something else.
He's Geordie LaForge of the Lorekeepers. Are you kidding me right now?
He's better than Geordie LaForge. He's useless a lot of the time.
He's useless.
Moron, but like he's clever, but he's a moron. You know what I mean? He's terrible with the ladies as well, man. Like I reckon Azarax is a player.
Azarax probably is. He'll walk down there and be like, "Purple worm, what the hell? I don't give a damn. What up, girls? How you doing?
Want to see my purple worm? That's wrong. Oh, Jesus. Never mind. I wasn't going to say it, and then I thought, I better.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just make this note. First dick joke of the night. First dick joke of the night.
It is. It might be the first dick joke of the Lorekeepers, which 5 sessions in isn't too bad going, I don't think. And Barker has returned. Hey, man.
Hey. Sorry about the delay. We had a rogue cat in my office, and
oh man. It's not good, is it? I have to hide my cat away because she attacks me because I'm not paying attention to her.
We chose the Velociraptor method, where I would go up the front and she would around the other side. Yeah,
Clever girls.
Clever girl.
Okay, are we ready to get back in? So, I mean, I really left with us having to ask you guys a question. You see the jaws of the Underdark, a maw of teeth and stone welcoming you. Who goes first?
I think Azarax would, remembering Marius's words, I think he would hand each of his companions one of these large and unwieldy lanterns. And he'll say, in case we get separated, there's nothing worse than not being able to see. And he would look up at this gargantuan portal, this gargantuan opening. He feels that fear, but he steps forward, and I think he will be the first to enter the jaws. Checking for traps as he goes.
Dexterity saving throw. No. And the rest of you, I'm guessing, fall into line as Azarax is the one who takes the first step as you are swallowed by the darkness. first thing that strikes you, other than the obvious pitch black nature of this tunnel, is the cold. You are walking down an incredibly steep, rocky pathway. Looking around you with what light that you do have, you see that this is part cave tunnel, part gullet, where this ancient creature has sort of decayed and fossilized into the mountain. You see strange jutting bits of rock that you can only imagine as the inner working of this colossal beast's throat to drag whatever prey it had deeper into its being. And as if being swallowed by this creature, you descend deeper and deeper and deeper into the darkness. It is not long before the signs of this beast being around you, it's not long before it's all gone, and now it's just surrounded by bare, cold, black rock. Dust and sediment crack beneath your boots as you carefully make your way down. You find it incredibly difficult. Well, I guess those of you that aren't a drow find it incredibly difficult to gauge how long you've been moving. Could be a couple of hours, but it feels like you've been walking a couple longer than a couple of hours. It's exhausting. The air is close, but cold. If you aren't a fan of enclosed spaces, this isn't the place for you. Yet regardless, this is your road. And it winds down. It appears curious to those who are trained in going into the deep places of the world. This appears to be one long tunnel. There don't appear to be any breaks in it at all, no different paths, just one straight line. I would say that those of a military mind, perhaps Marius, would kind of get this strange feeling that, you know, this if was a road, would have been built by a utilitarian force that know that a point from A to B is a straight line, the quickest way. Like a Roman road from our history. A direct line. A grim part of you realizing that this would be an efficient way, perhaps to leave an invasion force. If anyone would like to do anything or say anything or make any checks on your seemingly endless journey into the darkness, please feel free to say.
Card would get incredibly nervous. I think he's known of this place because he's just wandered everywhere, but he's never gone in because he knows that the hunting is bad. He doesn't, you know, he's just trying to survive. And the closer he gets to this massive thing, which he's only seen once, he had never come back. The closer he gets, the more there is nothing to hunt because everything's already being preyed upon by the things that come out of that creature to prey upon them. So he makes conversation nervously. He looks at Marius, who's in front of him. So he sees this book cover shield, and he will look to Azarax and remembering all of the reading that Azarax does, he'll say, "I hope that wasn't one of yours."
There's a
And you can
moment
tell
as
he's nervous.
as Azrax turns, we see the world through Azrax's eyes for a moment, through the visor of Veritor, and our vision shoots in, zooms into a small bead of sweat coming down Card's temple, and we actually zoom into his vein on his neck. Very, very minute. We see it beating faster than normal, and flash, he's back to himself. And he holds up his hand, and we see 4 small balls of blue light appear and start swirling around as he slowly casts them outward, as I cast dancing lights to give us a wider field of vision. Azrax is imagining that it's got to be the darkness and the claustrophobia, and maybe if he can shed some more light from his for his companions, maybe that'll help out a little bit. But he answers Card's question, and he says, "No, this I would not want it to come to blows, but Marius, if you cut up one of my books, I'm going to have to fight you."
It's not a fight I'd like to fight. I wouldn't touch your books. This, I don't know, cold to me. Seems fitting or something. Poetic, even.
Go ahead.
Your journey, I was going to say that you're going to carry on, but if you have anything else you'd like to say, by all means. No? Okay. So after, like I say, what seems like forever, you're trudging down this same pathway, the same sort of incline. All of a sudden, it feels like the tunnel opens up a little bit, and you are met with a gleaming sight. For upon some of the walls of this sort of domed cave that you've just entered, no bigger than 8 feet by 8 feet, there are gleaming bioluminescent blue mushrooms that shine slightly in this room. And you can see that they leave like a trail that disappears down into a separate path. You can see that there are other paths around that would have been, but look to be caved in. You are incredibly tired. Azrax, you are able to determine that you've spent the rest of the day just walking down into the darkness. It is time to rest.
I guess I always thought we'd see more in here, noting the lack of life inside this place.
I have been told that there are monsters beyond counting. You're right, Card. Where are they? Where is everything? How are we to make a fire with no wood? What are we to eat?
These questions hang heavy in the air. Azrax turns to you and he says, I told you I grew up on the surface, right? I mean, I can see, but I did bring this cheese. And he'll sit down and start cutting off these big chunks of cheese.
Card will laugh at cheese, but it's not long before you see his pudgy hand in front of you, worn and dirty, requesting a piece whenever.
Taxes. You have skills in this field, I suppose I would call it. You and Card both are hunters, surely. And he's kind of shaking his head. He's like his shoulders up. And he's like,
and with just 2 clawed fingers, Texas puts them up.
I've never been down in these parts before, Marys. It's a whole new playground. But
He looks around, and at this point, he sort of, you can see him start to sniff the air. He starts to get down to the ground level, and he just puts his belly up against the ground. You can start to just hear him slowly breathing, and it's almost like he's trying to sense, like a snake would sense body heat. A snake would sense some sort of, it's like he's trying to sense some form of life or something that he can do. And Rob, if you'll let me, I'd like to roll for a survival check or something, whatever you want me to roll for, to sort of get my bearings in this unknown cave terrain that we're in for Texas.
Absolutely. I think survival's perfect, man. Roll away.
I have to turn my lights on because I can't see now because darkness has happened. So give me 1 sec.
Oh, apt.
The darkness is actually happening.
He's going method, man.
I believe in a thing called love.
That's been a while.
That was a delayed
Those guys are
future.
great.
Yeah, wow.
From the rocks.
I was just transported to a time where I had a stupid haircut and an even stupider taste in music.
I would just say this is the first time I've ever been in the Underdark ever, either as a player or as a GM. I have never been in the Underdark, and I'm extremely excited.
Excellent. I hope I can sell it to you.
Right.
Let's see.
So let's see
Okay,
what
survival.
I get,
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see.
All right.
That's going to be a 16, buddy.
Yeah. So Taxes, you you press yourself to the ground and you bring in a deep breath. You can close your eyes to concentrate. The only thing that you can hear is your heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. And you open your eyes and you look, and you are sort of level with a particularly large patch of these bioluminescent mushrooms that gleam blue, this strange bluish light across the cave. And it's weird, for a second, you blink and you open your eyes again as if you can't quite believe what you saw. But for a second, just a second, you saw 8 glowing blue eyes staring at you. No longer there now, however.
He stares at these bioluminescent mushrooms. And it's almost like he senses we need more light. We need more light in this room. I feel uncomfortable because there's not enough light. And you see him start to scrape these bioluminescent mushrooms off the wall. Like he's scraping them into a bowl out of his pack, just and basically making like a rosin jar, right? Into the middle of this floor, a little bit of his breath begins to blow fire onto these bioluminescent mushrooms, and I imagine it's like when you ignite resin and it makes that blue flame.
that should do. That'll be enough, but I don't feel comfortable here. You bed down, you move. Keep one eye open. Don't sleep soundly.
Chad, take a point of inspiration for the bioluminescent jar thing that you just made. That's inspired. Great thinking. And like Taxis says, you do not have a restful rest. Mechanically, I will allow you to have rested, though I don't think you used any, but that's fine. You're able to rest. I assume that one of you is going to be on guard at all times.
Taxes.
Yeah.
I'm not sleeping. I'm so paranoid because this is a new territory for me. I'm actually going around and I'm marking sides of the cave with my claw, like the silver talon ring that I have. I'm just marking these sides so that I can know where we need to go and come back to. I am marking my territory and I am stalking my group as if they were like hatchlings.
Right, that's great. And let me see. You are not disturbed during your rest in this small alcove you found. The gleaming blue mushrooms that are now burning brightly from Tax's creation throw ominous shapes, ominous shadows. You have that kind of restless sleep where you feel like you're opening your eyes every 5 minutes. And Azrax, it could be your imagination, but you swear you hear a voice that simply says, "Let it not be said, we are without mercy." Eventually, you all awaken. Taxes, you've been up all night, you are wired. Maybe night, maybe day. It's really hard to tell now. It's really a grating experience that you've awoken in the same light state as when you fell asleep. You get a strange knot in your stomach. But there is only one way, and it seems now these bioluminescent mushrooms are your guide.
And I think that even though Azarax has been down here before, maybe he hasn't been here, maybe he knows of it more than others. This time, Taxes, I think, wants to take point. He wakes up and he looks at Azarax, and he'll have Azarax be next to him as close as possible. But I think he looks to you and says,
"You tell me where you think we need to go. But if I sense one scale of trouble, one little fleck of my tail, and I swear to you, you duck, you cover, you get out of the way. Do you understand?"
Yes, I understand. Yes.
Good. Boys, wake up. We're moving.
Card awakens quickly with a start, but immediately begins gathering his things.
Same for Marius.
And your journey continues. Now, as you continue down this pathway that sort of slightly deviates in the direction from where you were going the other day, you notice that it is steeper. You find that your steps are inadvertently hasty for the angle that you are now walking. Bits of rock and dust run alongside you as you disturb them when they've been sat in this cold ground. Your way seemingly lit by these mushrooms that decorate parts of this cavernous tunnel. You now spot something slightly disturbing, however. You are beginning to notice that there are small cuts and divots and holes in the cave around you. And then Azarax, I'm assuming Azarax is on point again still?
I think Azarax is next to Taxes. I think Taxes made it clear that, he wanted to be at point. But I imagine that if there's room for us to be side by side, we are. If not, Taxes will be first, I think.
Yeah, okay. I'll say there is about enough room.
I'll say how it looks in my head. It's like a boy and his dog. Like, it's literally Azarax, and then on all fours right next to him is this dragonborn, massive dragonborn, that is just stalking the floor in front of you, sniffing and searching and just listening for anything.
And it almost surprises you as all of a sudden this cavern opens up and gives way to a ginormous opening. A void in the darkness. You see a narrow bridge of rock that stretches across a dark ravine that is lit here and there by these mushrooms still. And looking around, you see this huge chamber you've entered is almost like a convergence point for a number of other bridges, both above you and beneath you, are stretching towards this vast black obelisk of stone, where it looks like you re-enter more tunnels. It doesn't require any check. The bridge is wide enough for you to make it across. However, if any of you have a problem with heights or vertigo, then this would be a substantial undertaking for you to do. You on this narrow beam of rock, gazing down into the darkness.
Uh-oh.
I imagine that as we step up to this bridge and this huge opening, we can feel the openness, probably not just see it, but we can probably feel it on our skin after being in this tunnel for so long in these confined spaces. And I imagine with the wave of the hand, I imagine one of these dancing lights shoots out along the bridge, lighting it and perhaps glimmering off the obelisk on the sides. And two of them shoot off to the sides and shoot downward. I believe it goes like 60 feet. Just to try to give us more of a lay of the land so that we can get our bearing before crossing.
Yeah, and your lights stretch to their limit of distance. And the bridge itself looks secure. It looks like it's been there for a very long time. What is more interesting to you is the light that dances from these magical globes that you've cast, are sending both light and shadow onto this black obelisk that all these bridges converge into. It looks almost hive-like.
Azarax thinks back. He didn't grow up in the Underdark. There have been a couple of times where he's been down to be with his people, but not in this area. But he thinks back, he has read a lot of books, so he thinks back to what he's read. I rolled my history check. I rolled a 10 for history to see if I know anything about this obelisk.
It's clearly a naturally made obelisk. It isn't something that is being constructed. You suspect the bridges might have been, but with such deft work that it appears to be completely natural, as if all these bridges were just carved out of the rock. But other than that, you don't really know. You know some of the motifs of your people, especially of recent times, have adopted a slightly hive-esque kind of motif to their architecture, but in a naturally formed kind of way, if that makes sense. It looks natural anyway.
And I think that there's probably a sense of foreboding at this crossing a pit in the heart of darkness here. And I think that Azarax would begin telling his companions what he knows of the newest school of thought, of those that use the hive motifs. And he'll say, I don't know if that's a place where people live, but it seems to me it looks natural, but these bridges have been constructed, so it would surprise me if we do not run into someone or something before too long. And he'll turn to Taxes and take a step out onto the bridge and remember what he said and say, hold his hand out, after you.
Taxes would then go. He would start to lead the way as best he could across this bridge. You can hear his claws like digging into the side of the bridge, trying to maintain stability as he goes over this bridge, but constantly like turning his head backwards to make sure that his companions are behind him.
Great. And as all of you dubiously follow, you slowly making your way across the void, there is a sudden movement in front of you. From this hive-like structure, a figure steps forth. The dancing lights of Azarax glint upon armor of not one, not two, but about 12 drow. Each of them with a bow trained upon all of you from different angles, different directions. You are all in an incredibly vulnerable position, balanced upon this bridge. And this figure, with shock white hair and equally white eyes, a male drow with flowing slick armor, steps forth, and his eyes meet yours, Taxes. He says, "A dragonborn breathed so loudly we could have shot him in the dark."
I'd prefer no one shoots anyone, if that's possible, Marius will say with his hand out. Obviously, we're not an invasion force. We've come to talk.
And what would a surface dweller, a bleached blood, wish to talk about so far away from home, so deep beneath the earth?
We would wish to talk about the fate of the known world.
Grand indeed. But I'm afraid you're going to have to do better than that. And he raises a hand Explain yourselves, or I will not hesitate to have my warriors shoot you from where you stand.
I am not afraid of you. Any of you. This intimidation is childish. We are charged with a great power, a power that you have in the past and now must respect.
And what power is that, bleached blood, child of the sun?
It's the power of the telling.
He stops and he looks to his men. Most of the drow are now looking at their commander, clearly their commander, with a kind of confused look. You can tell that they're not used to people of your type down here, and your brazen attitude, despite like overwhelming odds, and they sort of just look. And the commander is the only one to see, seems to have any kind of inkling as to what you're talking about. And he sort of does this gesture. And they all lower their bows. And he says, step forward. But mind, your hands do not stray to your weapons.
Shunk.
Was that you drawing your weapon, or?
That's the noise of armor as I step. Shunk.
Okay, that's fine. That's a good noise, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, are all of you going across the bridge towards these heavily armored drow?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
I say heavily armored. I mean heavily armed drow. They appear to move gracefully. And as you step forth, one of the drow takes this commanding drow takes particular interest in you, Aeterax. He stares at you right in your face, brazenly, but he doesn't say anything. He's almost waiting there for an explanation. You've bought yourself some time with the power that you say you represent. Speak quickly.
A book appears in Azarax's hands. The pages flip open. We hear a rustle of wind. And it glows. It glows with that golden blue, golden light. As I cast minor illusion of a book in my hand. And he says, what my companion says is true. We are here. Commanders of the power of the telling. And we bring grim tidings. We would speak with your leaders. Or I fear the third war shall be upon us.
This commanding drow looks at you. His expression remains unchanged for a moment. And then and the drow that are with this commander just start nodding and sort of looking to each other, sort of mockingly. And then he takes a step towards you, and this drow is like a foot taller than you, Aeterax. It looks down at you. He says, "Oh, such power that you wield. You come here with claims and names. Bleached by the sun and impure you are, but you proclaim yourselves to be Lorekeepers. there are some of our kind that still respect those ways. I am not one of them. However, I have orders. And I know what I must do in a situation such as this. You will accompany us. If I see a flinch towards weapon or book, he glances at the book, I will not hesitate to have you skewered by arrows. Understood?
Well, you don't have to hesitate to give the order, but that ain't exactly what's going to happen once you do.
Stroud turns and now looks at you, Card.
And Card stands noticeably taller. You know, he was slouching before, and now eyes are on him.
He says, fall into step. And we won't have to find out. And with that, he sort of takes a few steps back, looking at you, and then he turns with a flick of a cloak that he has on his back. And you find that these drow converge on you. They are like shoulder to shoulder with you. Each of them appear to now have their hands on blades at their sides, their bows now cast across their backs, and they begin moving at a pace that is confident and well trained. Wardens of the darkness. Do you fall in step?
Yes.
Card does near Azarax and whispers, if he can find a way to get next to him, whispers, that one does look like he eats babies. Not the leader. Yeah, he looks like completely serious.
Amazing.
Like this guy, yeah.
Azarax in Azarax's mind, he's repeating like a mantra what Marius told him because he's so scared right now. But Marius said he's scared. So I can feel the fear, overcome the fear, feel the fear, overcome the fear. And he hears eat babies. And I think he just starts laughing.
Keep it down.
And I think like that scene in 300 where the arrows come and there's like a little bit of laughter and then Marius joins in. He finds it so funny as well because he's terrified as well. And if you were looking closer, you would see his hand is shaking as he was speaking to that drow. And he just...
Taxes, of the four of them, is the only one that I don't think is terrified. If anything, he's not scared. He's like internally holding back aggression. He's wanting to be so protective of the other people that it's almost like I'm being told to do this, but I know that my keen instinct is to hunt, right? My keen instinct is to hunt and to kill. So my nature says just to wallop these dudes, but I know it'll be too much. So I'm holding back everything. And I might laugh, like you might hear a guttural laughter to kind of join in with the rest of the group. But inside, he's just like, one thing. They fuck up one time, I will rip them to shreds.
And you'll see these drow that are sort of keeping this rhythmic step. It's well-trained militaristic step. Give sideways looks at you all, laughing. It is the strangest thing to see surface dwellers have the audacity to come into the Underdark. It is another thing entirely for them to do so and laugh about it. And you can see They don't really know what to make of you. And you see that your path is now leading you into that black hive-like obelisk. And as soon as you enter, the path takes a left, and then a right, and then down, and then over another bridge, over another chasm, down into the darkness. You pass over an underground river. You are moving for a significant amount of time. This is seemingly an endless series of tunnels that branch this way and that. Hundreds of different entryway and exits, nooks and crannies. Pathways that just drop into nothingness, others that reach into the darkness above you, merely lit slightly by the ambient glow of those bright blue mushrooms. You then are crouched, moving through an area of the caves that is particularly low down. And it then opens up to what looks like another holding cave, but this one looks like it's half manufactured, half carved. And you see ornate designs carved into the rock. These swirling crisscross patterns, archaic, ancient. You're moving through ruins. Old outposts, it seems. Scratched and brought low by war. Conflict. You are moving through a subterranean battlefield. And then once again, it opens up, but this time in a way you can barely describe. It's like stepping into another world. You see that you are standing on a cliff face from which you can see an overwhelming, beautiful, and eerie sight. You see a colossal stalactite hanging from an impossible ceiling that stretches out as far as the eye can see. A colossal stalactite with a city that is carved, constructed, and built upon it. A city that hangs in a void of darkness, lit by these bioluminescent mushrooms. These mushrooms that glitter with 1,000 lights that are reflected on the surface of an endless body of water. Azarax, you don't know how, but you have returned to somewhere you have been before long ago. The city of Talazan. It hangs above the infamous Light Drinker depths. A terrifyingly vast subterranean sea. You can see boats and rafts and piers built up on mounds of rock that stick up beneath this massive structure that hangs there in the distance. And at the very bottom of the stalactite, you see this crystalline dome. Your mind goes back to the legends of how the Drow came to live in such a place. How cursed and set upon by dark forces the drow had begged powers to relieve them of an eternal struggle. The city of Farwyde, an ancient city that was flooded, allegedly still exists beneath the depths. And now the drow reside here in this overwhelming feat of nature and construction. And you are led towards it up a winding scaffold. How do you feel about this, Azarax, this homecoming?
It feels as if when he first sees this sight that he knows, but probably never thought he'd see again. It's like the world drops out below him, disappears. It's like his stomach drops out of his body with it. There's a mixture of fear and complete and total overwhelming that overtakes him. So he does all he can think to do. He whispers to himself. He whispers to himself the story of Talazan and the light drinker depths, and of Farwyde, the flooded city. And his companions would in turn hear this story whispered in their ear in Azarax's voice as he casts the message spell, where we are and what this place is. And I imagine that that's over the minutes and however long it takes us as we're led to this place.
Yeah, and you're led up these winding scaffold passageways that basically are leading you up the side of the cavern into the point you're at the height of the ceiling, where these rock and rope bridges kind of stretch towards the main body of the stalactite. And all of a sudden, you're stepping into catacombs and into a scaffold that is built on the side of this vast rock that hangs above the subterranean sea. The drow wardens do not slow at their pace. However, as you are now moving across the scaffold, you are seeing a drow city with denizens of all different walks of life. You see drow children, old drow sat outside strange catacomb-like homes buried into the rock. And the thing that you notice most is that a number of the citizens, these drow, are obviously looking at these surface dwellers who now walk amongst them. But it's almost like you're interrupting something. Many of the drow are standing on the sides of these scaffoldings, looking over railings, looking down towards the light drinker depths, and are using an innate ability of the drow, colloquially known as the fairy fire. You notice that they are taking small trinkets, old coins, things that they might consider to be of value to them. And they each light whatever object they are carrying. And they look down and they cast these lights over the edge. Your arrival is perfectly timed as you see all of these lights flood from the stalactite down towards the darkness of the water. You know, Azarax, that this is a common tradition in Talazar, in the hopes that one day their light will reach their lost ancestors beneath the waters to light the deep lantern, as Farwyde is also known as. You're brought deeper and deeper down, and you're noticing that the stalactite is getting thinner and thinner and thinner as you're moving through this strange city. People are stopping to look at you, perplexed, confused, but the wardens do not slow in their pace. And finally, you look down and you see you are at the very pinnacle of this point of rock. Beneath you, there is nothing but a vast drop to the depths. You see that you are standing by a strange inverted entrance to a crystalline dome that caps this point. Something you would know, Azarax, as the council chambers for the Elder Kin. And the wardens stop. The commander of the drow just takes one look at you and says, "You'll wait here. I will announce your presence and you will be sent for." The Elder Kin, our ruling families, will decide what is to be done with you. And sweeping his cloak, he disappears into this entryway, into this crystalline dome. You are left alone looking around at the grandeur of this perplexing city. What is running through your minds? What's running through Marius's mind?
Marius is a soldier more than anything else, a tactician, a warrior, and he's just looking around and realizing that they are, if this goes poorly, definitely dead. He's been trying desperately on the way here to keep an eye for landmarks that they could use to get out of here in an emergency, and 5 minutes into the journey here, he was lost, and he knows that there's no way out except by the help of these people. And so he's kind of resolving himself to be as charming and eloquent and polite as possible, and thinking back on his etiquette lessons that he had as a child and all of the many sort of games that he played with his brothers and his father and his uncles, sort of strategy games that they would play, and all of the intrigue games that they would play in preparation for the actual game of being a nobleman. And so he's just thinking about those things and trying to get himself into character as the valiant savior that he needs to be here.
And Card, how are you reacting to this this fish out of water situation you now find yourself in?
Are we in a place where the glass is translucent in a way where you can look down at the abyss underneath you in the council, like that sort of thing?
Yeah, I like to think that at the very base, it's just this crystalline material that forms into this dome at the bottom, and you're sort of standing at the very top of that, so you will be able to look through it, absolutely.
Gotcha, okay. So much of what makes Card who he is everything but his childhood. You know, a kid basically thrust himself into survival mode, but there's this one link that he has to his childhood are these stories that his dad told him. His father, who he barely knew, it wasn't even his father, it was the man that came to tell stories, and now he's carrying this sword of his, and he could be a father now too. You know, he's past being cynical about this sort of thing, but he stares down at that deep abyss, and he realizes that these stories that kept him alive. These works of fiction that kept him going as a little kid. Stories like the Dark City of Talazan. And he realizes at this moment that those weren't works of fiction at all. And that his dad was telling him the truth about everything.
And as that last thought sort of stews in your mind, the commander approaches you, sweeping that cloak with an arrogant smile on his face. And he makes a point of standing next to Azrax again, just sort of showing his authority. And he says, most of the elderkin, our council, our aristocracy, are not present. But you have the supreme honor of addressing our current state leader, Reynard de Vere. Show all due courtesy, or you will certainly be left to meet our ancestors. And with that, he sweeps aside, leaving the entrance free for you all to walk in.
Captain.
He turns.
I never received your name.
Deronir.
Deronir. I'm Marius. It's been a pleasure meeting you.
He just smirks and just sweeps away.
In the moments that we're stepping in, Azrax's mind is racing. Reynard de Vere. I must remember something, you idiot. Reynard de Vere. As I roll a 22 on my history check.
And as you are walking through, and it's kind of like this crystalline corridor that's carved into this strange dome, this room opens up and you see that you are in almost like a gallery of judgment almost. Raised seating surrounds you, and ahead of you, facing the door, is what can only be described as a throne. And upon it is sat Reynard de Vere, and it does not take a history check for you to know who this person is. We see Azarax, younger, much younger, no more than a child, looking at this very woman draped across that throne. A voice echoing, "Let it not be said that we are without mercy." This is the individual responsible for the fate of your parents. That is all I shall say. And as you enter, sort of draped on one side, languid, staring down at you, she just watches as you stop. You notice that you're standing on a material that is completely different to the crystalline dome of this room that you're in. You're standing on this blackened copper seal with these strange symbols carved into it. The seal that looks like it has some kind of canal-like pattern carved into it. She stares down at you all and does not say a word.
Now, what do I think the appropriate honorific is for this person? is she the queen of this place, or is she like? Do I know if she's royalty, or is she like of a great house?
So I'm going to say, because you picked up on one clue, and that was a clue that came from the commander, who said that these are the elderkin, and they are basically the leading families, feudal families of an aristocracy. So you know the proper title would be Lady.
Okay. Doesn't seem nearly honorific enough. I will step to the center and I will get on one knee and I will say, most glorious, resplendent lady, thank you for seeing us.
She just stares down at you as you take a knee. And she allows the pregnant pause to fester in the air. Marius, you know of manners. You also know when someone is looking down upon you dismissively. And she says one word. Lorekeepers. She takes a pause and looks around, sort of surveying, looking outside of this crystalline structure. The landscape, the black landscape that surrounds you, is dappled and distorted looking through it. Long has it been since any of your order have stepped foot in our kingdom? Bastions of the old ways. And for that you have my recognition. Indeed, it is the only reason that you yet breathe. You should feel honored in a way. Surface dwellers have not gazed upon Talazan in 100 years. Discounting you, of course, Drogaron. Her eyes bore into where yours would be behind your visor, Azarax. She doesn't stop, however. Before we discuss the nature of your excursion to our domain, I have but one question. How is it that a Drogaron wears the ancestral gift I bequeath onto my daughter? And she stares at you, Azarax, pointedly at the visor that rests upon your face.
I would make a point to speak before Azarax can. I would look up and I would say, indeed, Majesty, it is wonderful. My eyes are unworthy to look upon both Talazan and your resplendent self. It is a rare honor to be welcomed here so generously and so kindly.
You hide behind pleasantries.
These are not mere pleasantries, they are due to you and your august self, lady.
I would bid you answer my question, or I have you flung to the depths.
I bet you it'd take 4 of you to fling him to the depths.
There's a
That was under
trembling
his breath.
inside
Sorry.
of Azarax.
Go ahead, Locrius. Sorry.
There's a trembling inside of Azarax. But it's not fear. It's fury. It's rage. Shaken to his core. All he can think about is taking the few steps between us and where this lady sits and doing everything he can to destroy her for what she's done to his line. And I think that Marius stepping in and interceding, keeping cool yet again in dire circumstances, will snap him out of it. And he'll turn to the lady and he'll tap his wand on the side of the visor. And he'll say, "My Lady de Vere, this is a small trifle, not something for you to concern yourself with. For these are the affairs of the Lightcast, are they not? And we are here to speak of greater things."
With a flash, she is on her feet looking down at you. She looks like a crow, a raven, a wretched bird staring down at you, and she screeches, "I will have answers!" And then there is a deft silence as her voice echoes around this crystalline dome, and she stops. She takes a deep breath. In time, I will have answers. But for now, you come here in the name of the Lorekeepers, and that is something I am honor bound to acknowledge. So, Drogaron, you may wear that nicety, as you call it. But beware. I hold my heritage at the highest regard, and I will not have the spawn of traitors bear it for long. I assure you. But now, human, explain why you are here.
At once, lady. I assume that you, in your obvious grandeur and all-knowing power, are aware of the threat of Advent, that there is a darkness rising, and that it is coming to devour all that live in this world, all that live here in Farwyde. It is the last bastion of freedom for any that exist on all the planes. And here we come to the problem. Advent is moving swiftly, more swiftly than we had anticipated. And as you say, the Lorekeepers are an old order, and you may not have heard from us in a long time, but we are the ones who have reignited the flame. We have lit the torch once more. We are the restorers of this great order. And we seek reforging of the old alliances, that we may battle this evil together.
She stares down at you once again, her raven-like features just summing you up. And there's also the sign of false mirth that spreads across her face. Lorekeepers. Let me tell you a story, Lorekeepers. I'm sure your friend here, and she points to Azarax with her eyes, may have told you, but many from the surface would believe that we, the Drow, were banished to the darkness by our fairer cousins, the Elves, for subverting their dusty ideals and beliefs. I'm sure you have been told that this is not so. Perhaps you've not been told, however, that dread things lurk in the darkness under the world. Fiends that were sealed away eons ago, abominations birthed from magic or planar disruptions, The creeping menace of creatures that were old when this world was young. Yet most of them never troubled the surface world because of us, because of the dark elves. Our cities are built upon paths to the upper world, as you have seen, so that the monsters and the nightmares will wear out their strength on drow walls. We live a life of constant war, where all drow must fight or aid those who do so, for without us, your world of light would be crushed. And without our constant vigilance, you would be lost. You surface dwellers are soft and weak. What would you know of war? Of sacrifice? Of loss? You squabble amongst yourselves. The Seneschal, the Advent, they're all the same. Squabble amongst yourselves while drow blood is spilled by the gallon to protect you. Do you really deserve it? The drow were never banished to the dark. We chose it. We chose to defend the mortal world against colossal threats that you could not comprehend. Threats that dwell beneath this earth to fight the oldest enemy. Wouldn't you say we've helped you enough? Do you deserve it? She spits at you, Marius.
Lady, you lay blame at my feet for things that I had no influence over. I'm not even a century old. How is it my fault that all of these things have happened to you? How is it my doing that you and your people have suffered so? I am now here to try and change that. You know of the power that the Lorekeepers have, that we can channel, the things that we can do. And it is clear that your people have borne a great burden, perhaps the greatest burden of any. Endless war, generations dead. Well, that's not right. That's not justice. And it's not fair. And so we turn to you for aid now. We would ask that you help us deal with this equinox, with this advent, and in return, I will swear my soul and the rest of my life, when he is defeated, to this cause. I will go down into the darkness and I will not return.
She
If
stares.
you will help us.
Sure. She sort of hunched over, staring down at you. And at your words, her anger ebbs. And she sits back, and it doesn't take any check to see that her expression now reveals that she has seen an opportunity. Marius, take a point of inspiration for being able to quell that particular argument.
Yeah, dude,
Very
way to
good.
go. Way to write that
Very
check, too. I'll just kill all the Underdark, man, when this is done.
Perhaps there is a service that you could enact.
Where are
As
the other
Lorekeepers.
Elderkin? Azarax will cut her off. Where are they? The other Elderkin?
It has developed that I am to summon them on matters of the greatest of importance.
Well, you might want to do that now.
Marius shoots Azarax a look of like, what the fuck are you doing? I just calmed you down.
She looks as if she's about to respond in an angry way possible. If there's anything you wish to say or do to stop that, but otherwise...
My lady, I apologize for my companion. His passions have overtaken him. This is a difficult homecoming for him, I'm sure you understand. A difficult situation for all of us. There is a lot of bad blood here, but it need not be that way. As I say, I offer you the power of the telling And by the gods that I worship, may they strike me down if I lie. I will lay down my life to protect your people if you will join us.
That is a solemn oath indeed. And one as Lorekeepers I shall hold you to. Very well. If you seek to aid us, then I shall consider what you have to say. Our forces, as I say, are committed to excursions into the deepest levels of our world. But there is a thorn on our side, a thorn in the side of the society that we have built here. Our ancestral home was flooded long ago, but with it we brought many of our customs. Some customs, I feel, should have been left to a watery grave. There is a new order here now. And while we are at war with the dark, we drow have peace amongst ourselves. But there is one splinter group, a collection of heretics, fanatics, known as the Spinner's Creed. They harbour the belief that we should be beholden to the Spider Queen of old. An archaic belief. One that should not be revered in the way that they do. They have a cathedral some way from here, in the lower areas of this place. My scouts have reported that they are planning something to make the lives of all good citizens of Talazan more difficult. I would have you deal with this creed. If you wield the power of the telling, as you say, you will have little problem. Then I will happily agree to consider uniting with you against the threats from the surface. What say you?
This cult of the Spider Queen, how do they threaten your people? What evils do they bring? My lady, I specialize in dealing with cults. Countless witches have fallen to this hammer at my side, but it is not a task that I undertake lightly. It is something I left behind some time ago, something I was hoping not to have to do again. But if this is what it takes to save all these lives, then I will do it. But I need to know that these people, that they are doing something wrong.
They seek to undermine our way of life here. They have killed many of my men, and they have sought to lay low all that we have built here in the wake of the Great Flood.
In the pause, Azarax, his hand goes over his mouth for a moment, and a whisper can be heard in Marius's ear. Do not trust her. This bitch killed my parents. Do not swear this. Leave a loophole. Tell her, if we wipe out the cult, we shall do it. Give us an option to back out.
My lady, you say deal with this cult. And I believe that you have in mind a slaughter. Is there another way that I could deal with them somehow?
Last report I had that in this cathedral of theirs, they are plotting something catastrophic that could likely unmake our lives here in Talazan. Quite what? I do not know. But they are threatened. And when we are threatened, we respond in kind. If you are too hesitant to do what needs to be done,
My lady, you
then
are...
I fear for your life. Then I fear for your lives here.
My lady, you are far too wise to try and put words in my mouth. That is not what I have said, and you know this. I will not shrink from any task. None of us will. That needs to be done. But wanton slaughter is not what the Lorekeepers stand for. We will investigate this cult. We'll go to this cathedral, and we'll see what needs to be done. We will report back to you.
Very well. But do know that once you've seen their ways, I have no doubt you will be proving the legends true, that the Lorekeepers can stand against insurmountable forces. You'll kill them or you will die. But very well, see for yourself, and our deal shall be made.
Very good, lady. I hope that we shall speak again soon, and we'll be signing an alliance at that time.
Indeed. Go now. And she sort of sits back in a chair and just waits for you to go. But her eyes don't leave Acerrex.
Not being able to help himself, he will give the faintest of bows, click his wand once on the visor of Veritor, and turn and leave.
And you see those white eyes almost blaze with fury. You find that a number of robed and armored wardens of the Drow are awaiting you. And without a word, once again, by your side, they begin that militaristic, almost jogging, as it were, basically through the city. But this time they don't flank you as closely. You guys are able to have a quick chat before you leave Talazan into the depths once again, if you wish to discuss anything.
Card gets up close to Marius and says, "So there's a bunch of horrible things harassing these people." And he says, "Is that so hard to believe?"
It's not that I don't believe her, but I don't believe that she is telling the whole truth. I don't believe that this society is as pleasant or as ideal as she thinks it is, or as she would have us believe. I think that there is likely things that we cannot see, and that rebellion does not foment for no reason.
Society might not be as good as she thinks, but ain't that just the case with every society?
It used to be different. That's the thing. She talks about those who worship the old god. I'm sure you have heard things of the... He can't help but glance at Marius when he says, "a spider." But, as she has said, and as I have, it is the belief of the Drow that they are the protectors. And they've been the protectors since the old ways. And it is this new philosophy is something different. And that bitch killed my parents. He looks at Card, sort of like a look you haven't seen on his face before. A strange look of understanding, pleading for something to stave off that pain that never goes away. She is not to be trusted. You can say what you want about my parents, but my mother followed the old ways. She was one of the elder kin. In front of me and my sisters. And I was cast out to the surface. I said, I haven't seen this fucking place since I was a little kid. It's like a dream being back here. A fucking horrible dream.
At that, I think Taxes is the first one to speak up, and he actually unclenches his jaw for a second. He's been so tight-lipped and so just compact for the entire time they were in that room. And he lays a clawed hand on your shoulder, Azarax.
She talked about how y'all lost a lot of blood. She thinks she's the only one who lost people. I'll be damned if she's going to sit there and talk to me about loss. I know how you feel, Azarax. And I don't like her. And I can smell a liar a mile away. Something didn't feel right.
Azarax will nod, and he'll adjust his visor. How is it that her daughter, was her daughter Lorelei, the drow that we went up against, the agent of Advent? Is that possible? That's damning in my eyes right there. Granted, I have a pretty big fucking grudge against the woman, but I cannot trust. I can't trust her.
Even if this woman is the worst kind of tyrant, even if she sends her people to die, and even if this cult is a workers' rebellion, an idyllic place of freedom and justice, even if that is the case, this woman holds the reins of the most powerful army on Earth, the most battle-hardened army that exists. And we need it more than we need anything else. So to me, there is no discussion and no decision to be made. We have to have them as allies.
I agree.
Oh,
sorry. I agree. But I didn't say I didn't like it.
Azarax looks at Marius, and silently he pulls out the grimoire. He flips open the pages to the second chapter, to the end. And he just holds it out. And it's visible to everyone that the ink in the flowing penmanship turns red and gnarled as if it was written with blood at the part where Marius cut off Lorelei's arm. What cost, Marius?
I am one life, and my life doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. If I have to do bad things to ensure that good things happen for everyone, that's life.
And that right there is Rhino society is perfect.
Azrax, as you had been looking through Grim, you had noticed that once again, as ever, a new chapter has begun. Chapter 5, Jaws of the Underdark. Telling a story of newly knighted Lorekeepers delving into the darkness. A flickering light surrounded by shadow. And an old enemy confronted once again. And it's now sort of detailing the discussion that you're having, the quandary. You need this person's help. But this person damned Azrax to a life of resentment and cruelty. You notice that the guards who have been leading you through this city once again now bring you to a long bridge that stretches out across from the stalactite to one of the vast walls of this cavern that it hangs in. Beneath this bridge is just the darkness of the water. And at the far end, there is an opening to another cave. And the commander, no, not the commander, he's not there, but another drow simply says to you, follow the blue mushrooms. Once again, they will guide you. The cathedral, well, as long as you can see, you shan't be able to miss it if you stick to the blue lights. And it's weird. This drow kind of looks at you, Azrax, but kind of with an element of sympathy. And he's about to say something else, but then another drow runs to him and says, Lieutenant, we have need of you. These caves, they're coming. And he nods and he says, duty calls. Good luck. And he turns and he's off with the rest of his men.
Azrax's eyes flash behind his visor as I cast Detect Thoughts. His consciousness enters this other drow's mind to read his surface thoughts. Try to see what he was thinking.
Yes, and that is that he is basically off to face a number of Quaggoths. I think that's how it's pronounced anyway. The vile, trollish Underdark creatures that have been causing them havoc from the east side of their capital.
And as part of the spell, his mind, I imagine it's almost like his field of vision shoots in to their head for a moment, and there's a brief second where he can see their surface thoughts, and it bounces back and forth like a pinball between the different soldiers just to try to glean any sort of other information that he can before the spell ends.
Generally, you just get the surface feelings of routine, preparing for battle, another endless wave of horror from the Underdark. There are a number of creatures that the Drow fight on a regular basis in their continued defense of the world against the forces of darkness. Really, that's what you get. Routine, doing this again. To position. Make ready.
Awesome.
And if you have no other objections, are you going to basically head on to the path lit by the bioluminescent mushrooms?
Follow the blue lights.
You cross this bridge, rickety, narrow, easily defendable, you think. And once again, you cross into darkness. But this time there are no narrow caves. You are now faced with a myriad of different paths that arc over darkness, arc over where there have been rock slides. You see the rushing of underground rivers that clearly are all converging on where the light drinker depths are. All water running in that direction. And you see dotted here and there those blue mushrooms that lead you through narrow passageways and dark, overbearing tunnels. You notice that as you move through these passageways, that the mushrooms are becoming more and more dense. There are more thicker pockets of them sticking out from crevices and nooks and things like that. And you estimate that what with the Drow lieutenant's advice of following these mushrooms, that you, after some time, are approaching possibly your destination. Is there anything you wish to do before you arrive at this cathedral of the Spinner's Creed?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we might need to rest. I mean, I'm trying to remember like how long we've been underground, but if we don't want to go in there exhausted.
I would have said in that case then that maybe you got a bit of a rest when you're in the city. But to be honest, I don't think it had been that long, although admittedly you had moved through a city and it's a big city, so that would have taken time as well. I'll say that throughout the journey you are able to rest. How about that? Because it is a sizable journey, so if you'd like to have rested a little bit on your way, after all, like, you don't know when it's day and when it's night, really. But you're able to rest. And in that time, I can say that you rest not far from your destination. So whilst resting, is there anything you wish to prepare, anything you wish to discuss? Sorry.
I would say that we're approaching this place with the hopes of this being peaceful. I don't know much about this spider faith, although I fear I might not be much use here. I would ask, since I think Azarax knows a lot about it, perhaps you could lead the discussions. I don't want this to become violent unless it's absolutely necessary.
I am no courtier, Marius. But okay, I will speak. That is fine. It's maybe all right especially if they are traditionalists. It might be better. It occurs to me that if things do get ugly, I'm trying to think of what advantages we might have. And he looks around at each of his companions, and I imagine that he can see probably the glowing blue mushrooms glimmering off their eyes. Perhaps they're even squinting, trying to see. And he says, light. Light. Taxes. What if we take some of these mushrooms and do the thing you did, but maybe we can figure out a way to have it glow. Perhaps if we mix it with something else, we can make a light bomb that we can throw. Because trust me, the sunlight is horrible, very, very difficult for my kind to deal with. I have these, so I'll be okay. I'm just thinking if we need to get every advantage we can get.
Yeah, I like the way you think. Yeah. I'll gather up the mushrooms. I'll light them. We wrap them in these jars. And then when they're needed, you toss them whenever you need.
For those watching, it's an absolutely genius idea. So I'll just explain what's been put into the chat. So essentially, taxes with a survival check that I will ask you to do is essentially going to be fashioning flashbangs out of these bioluminescent mushrooms to maybe win them an edge. Who knows? With a survival check, please, Chad, and that is totally cool.
The Lorekeepers, Season 2, Rainbow 6.
Take my inspiration, Chad, to make sure you nail this.
Oh, dude, I don't need it. I got like
Okay.
20. I got a roll of not a nat 20, but a 20 on like total.
Perfect. And I'm going to say that Taxis has had some kind of experience with using kind of these as distractions whilst hunting big kills and things like that out in the wilderness, like distraction for his stealth, that kind of deal. And you are able to fashion. Let me roll a. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to say a D8. Okay, so you are able to fashion 5 of these.
And
So you have 5 of those.
Locrius, give me a name for these flashbangs that I can write on my character sheet, because that I want to hold on to.
Definitely, man. Yeah, Locrius, go ahead.
I gotta come up with the name for him. Okay, let's see here. Let's
I mean,
call
you're
it
the
a
drow in the party, so that makes sense.
Flash
Call it a-
fungus.
call it a Lux bomb.
Flash fungus. Oh, what? Sorry.
I was gonna say Lux bomb, but a flash
I like
fungus
that
might
better.
be better.
No, dude, no. Lux Bomb is the coolest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, all right, go with that then.
What
I
did you
think that
say?
has-
You cut out for me.
What is it?
What did you call it? A something bomb? I didn't hear it. You cut out for me.
Oh, Lux, Lux.
Oh, that's cool. A Lux bomb.
Yes. Okay, cool, man. I'm kind of stoked on this. So basically what you see is Azarex and Taxis just go into town, and he's cutting off like just swaths of these mushrooms at this point, stuffing them in these jars, and then blowing a little bit of his fire in there. And I imagine something, maybe like an alcohol or some sort of thing, is mixed in there to sort of get that added explosive nature to it. And then he just kind of wraps it up and locks it in.
Yeah, and you locking it in that gas and with the mushroom that's released, I like to think it's kind of fermented, so it becomes a potent flash tool with its light. I really like that. That's really cool. So you are able to prepare. Is there anything else you wish to do now that you've rested before you arrive, or are you all good? Okay.
Azarex would just
So-
turn to Marius and give him a very somber look, and he'll say, "There's going to be a lot of spider things. Just want you to know."
Marius
prepare
will nod and he'll say, okay. And then he'll close his eyes. He'll say, old gods, forgotten gods, I have not prayed to you in a long time. I do not want to be embarrassed here. The fate of the world hangs in the balance. Let me overcome my fear. And he will cast heroism on himself to make himself immune to fear.
Perfect.
That's awesome, because I was gonna ask Azarex if he had the blindfold that he had used from the first session to wrap your eyes with.
That could be like a backup. Perfect. And as Marius, you're muttering these things, I like to think that you're kind of on your way whilst you're doing it. So it will still be active when you actually arrive at the cathedral. And as you're muttering your last words of prayer to the old gods, you look up and you see, wreathed by this blue light, a vast, intricately carved face of a building that is just wrought into the rock. Azrax, you notice these archaic symbols weaving in and out, beautiful yet feral markings of the archaic drow. And Approaching, you see that there is a vast set of stone doors, and at the foot of the stone doors there is a black copperish seal with rivets carved into it, canal-like, very reminiscent to the one that is in the foot of the crystalline dome of the Elderkin chambers. But the way is shut.
I think Azarax would walk up and investigate. And I think he would try to think back of would there be anything that he would know of an arcane nature for a seal like this?
Give me a knowledge arcana or history with advantage, up to you which.
All right, well, they'd be the same. With advantage, I was a 17 on the die, which is going to bring it up to a 24.
That's perfect, man. And there's a voice echoing in your ear, the voice of Raina de Vere. That same speech that she gave to you about why should the drow blood spilled by the gallon to protect you. The spilling of blood in battle is something that the drow do actually take an awful lot of pride in. And that the idea of having your blood spill for an idea is something of great consequence. You know from stories of the past, the studies that you've made into the history of your people, that such seals are meant to be met with blood, because that means something in drow culture. The seal needs blood.
And I think that probably his companions would see Azarax standing over it and pulls out his wand. His wand is crafted of steel, and the tip is sharp. And you'd see him hold it up to his thumb and sort of look away and wince and pull it across his thumb. Not hard enough, he didn't cut it. He tries again. Ah! A very small bit of blood comes out, and he drips it in the center of the seal. I imagine there's just this little tiny drop, slow motion drips down onto the seal.
Perfect. And you notice, where it's actually pouring, you notice the seal part of it is quite small. But what alarms you, whilst you're thinking about this, Azarax, whilst you're doing this, you think of this seal in comparison to the one in the council chambers. Council chamber one is huge. All four of you could have stood on that thing and still had room. So to think about how much blood that it would take to fill that worries you. Regardless, your sacrifice here is enough. Your blood fills to the top of the canals that run through this seal. And there is a chunk and a rolling, grinding sound as heavy stone doors open outwards. Dust falls from the archway above it, and inside is darkness. There is no sound.
Wordlessly, the dancing lights will appear in Azarax's hand, and I imagine that there's just this breath, like a held breath at the foreboding standing in front of us as these 4 points of light slowly shoot out to try to light what's within.
And the light creeps in, and before you see a long corridor with a tall ceiling. You're able to estimate that this is actually a side entrance. You can see just about, if you squint your eyes, that there is a vast hall deep within this place. But first there is this corridor, and you see silhouettes of figures that are sort of lying back as if propped against something, motionless. But that's all you can tell without going in.
The lights would hang in the air. Azarax would turn to Taxes. Well, you still want to go first?
And you know what? Surprisingly, yes. Yeah, he's like he gets excited about this. This is a hunt for him, and he just like, yeah, I'll go. And he pulls out the scimitars and he flicks them in his hands, but he keeps them like at his sides, and just starts to stalk on the ground. He puts one right in the lips of his jaws, and you see one clenched in his hand as he starts to stalk on the ground and walk forward.
And are the rest of you following?
Definitely, wordlessly, but following for sure.
And you're all able, I imagine you almost go in sort of like an arrow formation, so Taxes at the front. It's wide enough for all of you to stand abreast, no problem. So as you start all moving in, Taxes, you go first, and you're able to spot this a second before the others. You are looking down this corridor, and you see similar ornate carvings on both sides of the walls of this vast corridor. This strange Gothic cathedral with pillars that reach up into the darkness. And you see a harrowing, disturbing sight. Pair upon pair upon pair upon pair upon pair of glowing 8 eyes. You hesitate for a moment, and then you look carefully. These motionless figures are lying on slabs. Both their arms, each of these, you reckon there's about 30 of them, all just lying there on separate slabs, their arms draped across these stone canals. Blood leaks from their wrists into canals that lead deeper into this cathedral. But the thing that's most disturbing is that these 8 eyes are actually gleaming, bioluminescent blue tattoos of 8 eyes tattooed into the heads of these desiccated, unconscious drow, sacrificing their life's blood to flow deeper into the cathedral. Clearly having used these mushrooms to carve the spider's eyes into their faces. But they are motionless. They do not move, they do not flinch in any way upon your arrival. For all intents and purposes, they are comatose, unaware of your presence.
So I'm gonna need a minute to process all that, cause damn, okay. Yeah, so you said all of them? All 8-ish? You said there's 30 bodies. But
30 bodies.
But you said something about 8.
Oh,
8
so
eyes, right?
like they have 8 eyes tattooed,
Okay.
or rather 6 eyes tattooed around their faces.
But they're all laying down comatose on these slabs?
On either side of this corridor, yeah.
Okay. Well, he's definitely shaken, but he looks back to Marius and says, well, good news. Those eyes ain't spiders, so you can breathe easy.
I wasn't worried.
And then you know what, Rob? He's going to stalk into the room a little bit more, but quietly, as quietly as possible. And then what he's going to do is, I imagine him scanning the room up and down, left and right, checking these bodies for traps. Because if he knows anything, if someone's willing to sacrifice a body, they're willing to put a bomb in that body or something of the sort that would be threatening to people who would enter this sacred place.
You're absolutely able to check, but I will say to you that they, from taxes, you just looking at them as you make your way through this corridor, like you can see that they're not trapped. If anything, they are all lying there, their blood flowing freely into this, into these canals that line each side of this room that flow deeper into the cathedral. This is almost like a sacred thing. And it would not be desecrated with that of traps or anything.
Gotta be cautious,
to do with
man.
deception.
Gotta
No, I get that, man. I get that. I totally get that. Like in this situation, I get that.
he's prowling, he's stalking, and as he's going around, once he feels it's comfortable, he gives the go-ahead to like, all right, cool. It doesn't look like anything's bad here. This is obviously completely disturbing and bone-chilling, but we're good. We can move forward.
Great. And as you are all moving forward deeper into this cathedral, you find that you're crossing this bridge. This corridor leads to the bridge, and you see that the canals that run either side of this corridor drop down either side of the bridge, and you see that now that you're on this bridge, it's kind of like an arched bridge that moves across, and you're sort of on a raised platform overlooking the main hall of this cathedral. It is a vast building carved out of the rock. You can see dust hanging in light thrown out by more of these mushrooms that are sort of ingrowing into the walls and stuff. And then suddenly there's a tremor. Then a pause. There is another larger tremor. And all of a sudden, the bridge that you are all standing on gives way, collapses, rock clattering down amongst you all. Please make a dexterity saving throw to see how much of the damage you can stop. Good luck.
As we begin to fall, Azarax feels the familiar... he knows this feeling of the world giving way below him, and he will call out, Shurama, and cast Featherfall as the wind blows beneath us to lighten our fall.
Perfect, which is a total waste for Lloyd's nat 20. Regardless, you've landed really cool, Marius. Don't worry.
We all picked really great times to roll fantastic.
Yeah.
I want superhero landing.
Yeah, all three
You
of us.
totally see your superhero landing. It's epic. But however, you look and you see that the entryway has completely collapsed. This tremor that has just sent most of this bridge just collapsing down into the dust, but you all land just away from it, unscathed completely. And you can just hear the sounds of loose rock now tumbling over. You can see now, looking up, that there is an overhang from where it's collapsed. You see a slick surface of wet, sort of eroded rock. This thing was going to give way at any point, and it just happened that you guys and a tremor was the catalyst for that. But but you see that it's going to be very difficult to get back out that way. However, something else diverts your attention. You can see a single collection of those blue glowing eyes in the middle of this vast chamber. You see shattered pews where this was once a place of worship on either side of you. And a figure is standing there with these eyes, like I say, just watching you approach. I will add as well that spiraling around the floor, you can see beneath grates lots of different sort of reservoirs and flowing canals of blood that run through this floor, seemingly converging at the center.
I think Azarax would turn to Marius, remembering what he said, but almost needing urging on before he opens his mouth.
Yeah, Marius gives him this look, and it's like, control the fear.
And Azarax will call out in a strange language that the others might not understand, in the old language of the Drow. And he will say, "The old ways are not lost on us. We have traveled far to speak with you. Let your leader step forward, that we may parley and speak of what was."
The figure is just looking at you. Looks down. You are able to see that these canals of blood are converging at a point that he's standing on. He says, "This male drow." Gleaming blue tattoos in the darkness. The old ways. They are the only way. The only way we can protect Talazar now. And this individual, as you draw closer, looks horrified, and you can see both of his wrists are cut. And he's standing there, and you can see that blood is flowing freely from him down robes into a seal. A seal that he's standing upon, where all of these blood canals converge. And you look down. Azarax, I would like you to do an Arcana or History check with advantage, as it's written in a language you'd understand.
Modified 20.
So, with your knowledge of the language and with what you've been picking up from moving through here, you see that a similar phrase is repeated over and over. The Gloom Mother shall deliver us. Avatar of our fateful Spider Queen. Sacred is the blood you shed, and she shall drink it in your name and your defense. There is a rumble as another tremor rocks the cathedral. And this being, this individual, this member of the Spinnis Creed gives one final weak smile as the seal ruptures and opens. he allows himself to just slump forward and suddenly disappears into the blackness of a deep hole. And there is a rumble again. And there is a sudden draft of freezing cold air that is lifted into the room, pulled up on which is a tangled mess of web. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 legs, colossal legs, pull up onto the edges of this seal, this hole in the middle of this cathedral, and casting a shadow across the entirety of this cathedral stands what can only be the Gloom Mother, a nightmarish colossal spider, an avatar of the Spider Queen. We cut back to Talazan, the council chambers of the Elder Kin. And Reynard de Vere sits alone. And she says, to herself, seemingly, things have changed. There is now only one course of action. The Lorekeepers have arrived here early. Our plan will not be brought into fruition if they know the truth. They cannot know the truth. She looks down. Many of her court lie dead. Blood leaking into the seal in the middle of the council chamber. And it fills to the brim. We see the calm waters of life, the light drinker depths. Calm, serene waters. There is a ripple, a tremor. But ripples have a habit of turning into waves. Wave after wave. As a vast amount of colossal tentacles rise out from the surface towards the city of Talazan. Reynard de Vere stares, still talking to herself. She says, "This is the only way. This is now the only way." And our vision shifts just slightly. Standing behind her, a strange purple hand directed above her head. That of a mind flayer. And that is where we will leave our heroes tonight.
Cool, mind flare, awesome. Dude, you gave Lloyd the Underdark special, man.
Yeah, I got it all right. I got spiders, mind flayers,
Spider Queen.
Yeah. Right
Dude,
on.
that was awesome.
Oh my god, so good.
Dude, that city description was so cool. It was like I could see it. Really awesome.
Unbelievable.
Me and Locrius, we jumped into a hangout. What was it? Last week or 2 weeks now? Was it, Locrius?
Something like that.
Because
Yeah.
we wanted to chat about Azrax some more. This was obviously like you have seen as a bit of a homecoming for him. But we got talking. We got talking about the Underdark, and like I bounced these ideas off Locrius, and man, like I tell you what, some of the best things to do when you're coming up with material is just like talk to someone about it.
I was
Because
gonna
we
say,
had like a blast.
Talk to Locrius.
Talk to Locrius, man. Like, oh my god. So yeah,
It was
man,
fun.
like that was really great.
We should have recorded it because it was so funny. Because you were like, "Oh, I got this great idea," and I was like, "That makes me think about this. We should do this." Like, it was so funny. It was like 2.5 hours or something. It was like
It was, yeah. We were like,
crazy.
oh, we'll just chat for a little bit, and then it was dark outside for me, and I was like, oh, okay. But guys, absolutely fantastic. This has been a really long one. I dread to think how long we've been even going. I don't even want to look. But yeah, fantastic. I'm gonna say if you can, we'll go through once again. Give us a thought about the game. It can be an entirely neutral thought. Do not worry, Lloyd. We're not here for back patting anymore. That is behind us. But I think it would be only right if we talk to I guess the figure that we kind of centered our sort of storytelling towards today, and that is Locrius. Locrius, if you'd like to begin with a thought of the game and sign out.
I had an absolute blast in this game, man. Like Rob said, we got together in a hangout. We came up with some ideas. I probably came up with like 5% of the ideas, and Rob came up with the rest.
No, man.
But it was awesome, man. No, I mean, I gotta say that if you're a dungeon master out there and you consider working on something with your players, do it, because from the player's perspective, it was so rewarding. It was really, really awesome to be a part of the world building. I absolutely loved it. I loved everything across the board, but I guess I'll echo something that Barker said, that one of my favorite things about the game is those little in-between times that we have with the characters. You know, those little interactions that just, like, I learn more about my character as I learn more about other people's characters, and it's a pleasure to play with you guys. It really is. Anyway, my name is Locrius Planetoid on the YouTubes. I make videos about weird ass monsters and shit. And yeah, this is awesome, man. Thank you.
Dude, thank you, and incredible. Like, because for the since we've started the Lorekeepers, Azrax has sort of been the one that's kind of been a bit more of a mystery. Like, he didn't let on as much, so it's been nice to delve into his backstory. And yeah, man, like collaborating with you, like on that backstory was just great. So I second what Locrius said. Talk to each other, speak to each other, people. Damn it. Next, I'll say Chad.
Okay, so this game had nothing but ups parts of the roller coasters. I mean, it was like a constant high for me. I think I'm not going to sleep tonight. I literally don't think I'm going to sleep because I'm probably going to have nightmares about spiders now. But for real, guys, it's an absolute pleasure to play with each and every one of you. My favorite part of that whole game, though, absolutely was the interaction in the council room with Lady. I mean, she was just so badass, and it was so good. And the back and forth between Marius and her was just phenomenal. I'm just stoked on where this game's going, and I'm entirely scared of what next session brings, because that means flares, that means spiders, that means all sorts of Underdark crap that I got to deal with. That, yeah, so excited.
Yeah, man. This, like, I've approached this one in a different way to the others. Like, I think of it like Doctor Who, because I'm a massive Doctor Who nerd, and I imagine this as like the first two-parter, as it were.
Yeah.
Like, I always knew we weren't going to we couldn't deal with the Underdark in one session, so it has to be like this building thing. But yeah, Barker, you next.
My name is Barker, and I'm at Be a Better Game Master and Absolute Tabletop. And my thought about the game is about the city, that I thought was really super awesome. Talazon, I thought that was seriously creative. It felt like I like a low magic setting. Like I like low tech. I like stuff like Lord of the Rings and things like that where there's not too much. But I love cool locations like that. Matt Click is really good with these locations, these crazy freaking places that just exist in the middle of whatever. And that stalactite city was like, oh man, that like hit me right in the chest when I realized what it was. It was like, oh dude, this is dope. And the fact that we were way at the bottom. Anyway, that's my thought about the game. I really enjoyed that part the most. And what Lokria said, I like learning about all of these different characters and my own as we go. So I think Lloyd is just the greatest role player I have ever played with.
He's the best. Let's go diabetes.
Dude, Lloyd, you should come back and watch this after the fact, Lloyd, because we talk some nice things about you. And that while during the break, I think it was, we say some nice things.
That's right. We did say some nice things. Yeah.
He's fucking frozen. He's not even there. Look at him. He's just like,
no, he's there. He's there.
Okay.
He's there.
Your picture's stuck.
I should have just like
He's just frozen with horror.
orchestrated a crash there.
No, go ahead though.
Yeah, I'm finally, I guess. Yeah, Lloyd.
Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I liked dealing with that woman. She was terrible. She was an awful person.
That was awesome.
I love dealing with that captain. It was fucking great. Like Marius is like, his strengths are hitting things with a hammer and talking to people. Like he's built that way, and so it was really good to like get to do that and like negotiate with people. That's like my favorite thing to do in role-playing games is negotiate with bastards. And I got to do that today, which is great. I strongly dislike the theme of spiders. I wish it wasn't involved in the game. And I'm seeing like a kaiju battle next session, which I'm excited for. I'm Lloyd, yeah, etc.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to make sure like we couldn't do the Underdark in one session, especially when it involved getting to it first. So I'm glad you guys are patient, especially with the technical issues as well. But hopefully that will stay away next time. But I think it's good. And yeah, thanks once again for joining me, guys. Always a pleasure. And you guys consistently just nail it, and I can just sit back and love it. And for those of you watching, thank you ever so much. This has been a long one. I dread to think about how long it actually is. So sorry about that. But you know, it's I'm glad that you've enjoyed. I'm rambling because I'm really tired. Like this has been like a long one for me. But yeah, if you are watching this after the fact, if you'd like to give the video a like, if you would like to see more like it, then give me a subscribe or not. We are all friends here, or are we? Wink, guys. There we go. Like bloody clockwork now. Thanks. Thanks for watching. I'll hang out in the chat for a little bit if you have any questions, and I hope that all of your performances are up to standard. Finn.